Hey there. Hi, everyone. Looks like we've got Redstone and Mummy Bear in YouTube, and we've got Megalith and Gobblegram in Twitch. So, for whenever you want a Butterfinger, he's redeemed a Butterfinger already. Megalith had
Awesome.
redeemed first in the chat today. Very cool. Very cool. So, I have the Butterfinger at the ready. And yes, when I get a little bit after all the candy yesterday, maybe I ought to wait for the Butterfinger until a little later. Got a little bit more sweet than usual in me. So, hey Garrett, are you still working on joining the Satisfactory server? Yes, it is
Yes.
Satisfactory today.
Yes, Minecraft week starts on Wednesday though.
Yep.
Monday, Tuesday is always still Satisfactory.
And then okay. Well,
You can too.
Dia Van, first time chat, says Happy Easter. Yep, Happy Easter. It was a good day. Icy night. What's the monster flavor for today, he asks. And it's the white, what is it? Zero Ultra, the white one. So, Greatest Night 90 is here. He says Happy Easter. So, what we want to do today is actually we want to do a number of things. And realistically, I don't know how much of it we'll get done today, but we'll work on it. First thing we're going to do is yesterday, the last live stream we did, we got a reinforced iron plate factory up and running, and you can see the production is moving on down here. And in order to, bulletproof it, test it and stuff, we had it going into a sink. I'm going to go ahead and take it out of the sink and move it on to the mall. So that'll be the first thing that I connect up today. Hello, Caffeinated. Good to see you. And then we're going to build a new factory. We need to build modular frames. And when I get to that point, I'll show you the math machinations I went through in order to get going. The Jimbo was a battle station in Satisfactory. Okay. Okay. Well, that was both of us were Star Wars fans before Disney kind of mucked it up. And back when the battle station was a real thing, they decided that they would show the rebels that they had a fully functional battle station by destroying a planet. So we're demonstrating that we actually have a fairly um, fully functional gigafactory at this point, at least as far as iron goes. Because we'll have two different products built out of, actually, we've got screws and rods and plates, reinforced plates, and the next thing we'll do is we're going to go ahead and use the conventional recipe for frames at this point. Now, later on down the road, we may end up using the alternate recipe that we have using steel pipe for the modular frames. But at this point, we're going to just stick with our conventional recipe, and because these smaller factory parts are just going to go in and service the mall and the depot. So at this point, we're just going to leave it at the conventional for this one, but we'll get into that here in a moment because it took a little bit to get the math to work out right. So if we can go ahead and, yep, second on the Death Star Wars Disney Massacre of a fan favorite sci-fi story from my childhood. Yep. Don't worry, they are currently destroying Marvel Comics too. They dropped the Fantastic Four trailer. Norin Rad is not the surfer. Oh dear. Okay. And Ben says, "Good day, Doc. How are you?" And Apollo said, "Good morning, Doc. Hope you had have an amazing stream. Putting it on in the background is doing some SolidWorks modeling for a new mold. Cool. Sounds good. Sounds good. At least I'm not using the bolted frames. No, the bolted frames use too many screws. I won't do that. Trying to avoid screws as much as possible. Although I've got, yep, because they use screws. Yes, exactly. So, just to give you an idea, 1978, when the Star Wars Episode 4 came out, you could only see it in the theater. And so I went and watched it in the theater. Or was it 77 it came out? I can't remember exactly which. Came out in the theater, and so we watched it in the theater, stood in these lines that went around the block, if you can believe that, to get into the theater to watch it. And they showed one show after another after another. So if you didn't make the first show, you just waited 2 hours and went in and got the next show, or 2.5 hours and went and got the next show. But you stayed in line because you didn't want to miss it. So I went and watched it 4 separate times in the theater before heading off to Florida to serve my mission. And then came back, and by the time I came back after 2 years, they'd already put out another episode, and I kind of lost track of it, got married, and, it took me a while to catch up. Yeah, life happened, and it took me a while to catch up on the trilogy, but I
basically caught up when the prequels came out.
Basically, yeah. When the 1, 2, and 3 came out, exactly. I better go out watch 4, 5, and 6 so I can watch 1, 2, and 3. That didn't make sense, did it? Anyway, so let's go ahead and take me out of the control room. And
Sure.
Screws are gross and bad.
Yes.
Ben completed phase 2. Now got to automate motors. Yep. TL Hiken. Hi, Doc. Good there. Good there. Pumpkin 777 it's sad what they did to Star Wars. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hopefully they're getting their comeuppance and starting to learn something. I don't know.
Nah.
Some companies have a hard time learning things. So, I can't fit a splitter in there. So, Robert, it's just going to back up. Are you done with your testing up above?
Yeah, and it's still hitching. Like, I had a full backup and it's still hitching.
Okay, so it must be a conveyor, splitter, merger issue of some sort. Too many connections of some sort. Yeah, we're going to have to, wait until 1.1 actually gets deployed.
Yeah. We have an issue with one of these stores that's creating a line with 1,200 items per minute is not putting out 1,200 items per minute.
Even though the math says it should. And that's the point. Even though the math says it should, it's not.
Well, and even though I backed up I paused everything for 5 minutes to pull it back up, It's just not the conveyor output from the final merger is just hitching. So the only other option I have here, the only other thought I have here is that this particular conveyor has a rogue line stuck in it, which can happen. And I just dismantle it, and no, it doesn't. So you're starting with what, Doc?
I'm starting with trying to get this conveyor on the ceiling here. And it'll go on the ceiling as long as it wants to turn around and go back, but it won't stay on the ceiling if I want to turn around and go forward. There, it's going to do it. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to be heading backwards toward the other side of the wall.
Caffeinated says, same thing as New Trek. Sad to see it wither and die.
The new Trek?
Yeah.
Christopher Pine. That whole series with Christopher Pine was really good. I wish they had just continued those. where Chris Pine was the Captain Kirk.
I loved Chris Pine as Captain Kirk. It still didn't feel like Trek, though. It didn't feel like Trek to me.
But it was the classic stories. It was the history you never got in the series.
Sure.
And I enjoyed that. You know, how he beat the simulation.
Yeah.
Finally admitted that I just cheated. Come on. Nobody can beat that simulation.
Right. Because it's literally the Kobayashi Maru. And Caffeinated says, yeah, I love the J.J. Abrams movies. I know it's not super Star Trek, but it was good at least.
They were just good movies, yes.
Yeah. And it's Wabbit season. Just subscribe with Prime.
Alrighty. Thank you. How many months is that? You've been around for a while.
4 months.
Alrighty. That is cool. Thank you so much. And that's right. The last stream, he said, I've got a Prime sub that I'm going to give to you as soon as he could, because he had to wait 24 hours. So, thank you.
For those who are a little bit worried about it, you know, your Discord and Minecraft privileges have a 1-week grace period built in. So if you're waiting for a stream to resub or whatever else and there's issues there, don't worry about it. You're not going to get kicked out of anywhere for it. Oh, frame rate problems.
Now, come on. You're only a switch away from the server. There should be nothing wrong with your frame rate, Robert.
Yeah, I know.
Every time I move, I get my frames go horrible.
The nice thing is, though, that enclosing the reinforced iron plate worked great, because now when I go inside the reinforced iron plate store, it immediately fixes everything. I have no issues.
Okay. Meaning you have enough slimmed down scope of things to draw that it starts behaving itself.
Yep. So, as being closed stores, it will make things better. Unfortunately for Garrett, he's working on building it without anything enclosed. So.
Okay, it's Wabbit season. Says I didn't want to. I didn't know that I had to share the sub stuff for you to get notified. Thought it would have been automatic, and the share was more for notifying chat that I did it. Ah. He didn't want to brag. I think that's what he's saying, right?
We got a question from the Raleigh D.
Okay.
He says, hey man, I saw your shorts. You're awesome. Do you play modded or no? Kind of new to the game, but your tips are really useful.
I do use Sky UI, keep it daytime. That's more for a practical reason because Robert, a lot of times will need to, clip together certain bits of the video. And in order to clip together certain bits of the video, it's really annoying to have one clip be daytime, the next clip is nighttime.
Yep. So, cosmetic only.
Oh, Frumpkin is continuing the gift sub they got from Zero Doubt Life. Good.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. And then what other
Oh,
ones?
so he
do we
got
use?
into the server on a gifted sub, and now he wants to continue it.
And now he's continuing
Great.
it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Obviously, I'm hitting the wall. Robert, I'm against the wall. I made it to the end.
Oh, cool. So, you can, if you go over the top of those, because all those hit the ground and turn north, just continue past over those, and when you get just past those, then you can go down.
Then I can go down, huh?
Yep. TL Hyken asks a technical question for you, Doc.
Okay.
How do you figure out the ratio of each part to make? I'm trying to work on my big iron and steel factory. I'm not sure how to split the beams and pipes.
Oh boy. Split the beams. Oh, the beams.
Like, how many beams do you make versus how many pipes do you make?
Well, you stick around the stream if you can. I'm going to show you how I figured out. In fact, it's going to be in very short order because right after I get this over here and poke it down through the floor, just get to all the way to the edge, Robert.
Back enough that you have room for a lift, but yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you how I figured it out. Okay. Because here's the problem I had. I'm going to be making modular frames. Okay, we've got a Hype 1, level train Hype 1 started already. That's pretty cool. And so the problem was this. I have a certain number of modular, not modular frames, but reinforced iron plate that I wanted to move into the stores or into the next phase, which is the modular frames. So I had 300 iron plate that I know I can make. That's what I just made the conveyor for. This conveyor right here is for my modular, my reinforced iron plate factory. So with reinforced iron plate, I then wanted to use 300 because this factory produces 300. I know how to build that factory, so I'm just going to duplicate that one. But if I have 300 iron plate, how do I figure out how many iron rods I need in order to make the right number of stores for the reinforced or for the modular frames? It's harder to explain than it actually was to finally figure it out after we finally got it. But I will show you how I did it. You might call it cheating, but I did it anyway. I'll show you that as soon as I get this punched down through the floor.
So Ben, I'll go ahead and answer this question from Ben. He asked, do you have a short or a video for the mall with the Dimensional Depot? We don't directly have a short for it, but we do have the early videos for the current Let's Play series. Probably episode 4 or 5-ish goes over the mall with the way we stacked it. But we kind of have a slot open this week for a short for Satisfactory, and we're delving into the 1.1 stuff soon, and that stuff just isn't ready. So I think what we can actually do for Thursday's Satisfactory short, Doc, is we could just do a short on integrating the mall with the Dimensional Depot and why we still continue to have the mall.
Boy, we still have them all. Yeah.
I think that'd be actually a real quick and easy one for us to do on Thursday. So I tell you what, we'll put that out to get a little more succinct. But in the meantime, check out kind of the early episodes of this new Let's Play series.
Okay, so obviously there's Garrett's hypertube floor as well.
Yep.
I need to punch it through that one as well, and
Yep.
then all the way through the next floor and get to the logistics floor below it even.
Yep.
My heaven's sakes alive. How much of your work am I going to do? No answer, huh?
Caffeinated says maybe that'll change my mind about being a mall naysayer.
Okay. Are you a mall naysayer? Well, I know that needs to go about there. I'm going to see if I hit it. See if I hit it right on anyway. Nope, I missed it.
Gauntlegrim, Garrick actually is not talking right now. Are you still struggling to get into the server?
No, I got in. The lag is low enough that I can work,
Okay.
but it's not pleasant.
Yeah, I get that. I'm struggling as well. I basically can't move around very well if I'm on the main floor with all the lighting. So,
Wow, the server was supposed to be the end-all be-all solution to everything. So what is going on here?
I think it's a network issue at this point.
I think it's our world is absolutely massive issue. Because just in our last couple of gaming sessions, Garrett, you've massively expanded what you've been doing up top, haven't you? Aren't you in a mass building
I
mode now?
suppose I have. Yeah.
So the nice thing is for me is my frame rate goes back up to perfect as soon as I get into one of our stores. So Doc, as much as that we kind of like leaving them open with the lights above it, I think every time we build a store, the walls should just go up to the ceiling. Or sorry, once we build a factory, walls go up to the ceiling so we can continue chopping up the size of the factory so we can render less and less.
So be it. I think this is lined up.
Okay. Looks right in this dimension.
After how many tries?
Mm-hmm. Trumpkin says, I'm getting some stuttering on the stream feed as well, like the video feeding is buffering. Uh-oh. We are getting some dropped frames, yeah. And Oscar is here. He says, Doc, Robert, and Garrett, good morning. How are you guys?
Morning. How's the trash can today?
And he asks if Doc looked into Schedule 1. No, he did not look at Schedule 1.
I don't think that you're going to convince him to play Schedule 1.
Nope, I don't think so.
No, I think that micro nudge got it out of line, Doc.
How in the world do you line these things up?
I think you had the right idea. I think you had it other than that micro nudge. I think you should just put the lift in first, and then put the lift hole over it, then rebuild the lift.
That's what I did. That's what I did first.
Yeah, I think you just micro nudged it out of the right spot.
Okay, so there it is.
Yep.
It's going down there. Now,
Do we have an ETA on those elevators?
we don't.
Okay.
Okay, so put it near
Very well.
and nudge it by one. There you go.
I will
That's
suffer a little longer.
it. Backroom rumors say it's going to be about 2 weeks.
Okay.
Looks like I got it.
But that's dependent on some bug fixes.
2 more Minecraft weeks or 2 more Satisfactory weeks?
Real life weeks. Human weeks. Okay, doke. Yeah, come over here and turn off Doc's camera there for a second. Human weeks. Yes, real life weeks. Earth weeks. We'll say that. Gontergrim did say, well, they did take a trip to Oz yesterday, something about tornadoes and witches.
Ah, yes.
So, Garrett, do you want to tell the story about when the tornado hit way too close to home for you?
Oh, yeah, it was, oh gosh, was it last year or the year before?
I think it was 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
Yeah.
I was living in Arkansas when the giant tornado came down, knocked down houses on either side of me.
Destroyed a church a block over.
Yeah, a block over. This church was completely demolished. It had like 2 walls still standing. There was a little mini apartment complex that got half destroyed. It was crazy. An old abandoned elementary school that had been marked for demolition anyway also got destroyed.
Now, you were where when that happened?
I was delivering.
You were out on the road delivering.
I was out on the road delivering when the tornado hit.
Yeah. It was pretty bad. Okay, how many is that? It's 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm pretty sure that was not the first tornado. No, that was while he was still working for the USPS.
Did I just do all this totally wrong?
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, okay. Garrett's telling the story of the tornado that hit his house, that hit his neighborhood.
Oh, man. That was amazing. Totally flattened the church only a block away.
And yeah, not fun.
Nope.
But
I
you
couldn't access my house for well over a week before they got things cleared up enough for me to go back to my house. No, that's by vehicle. I could still walk there if I parked a mile away. But yeah, which meant that I was sleeping on my parents' couch for that time.
Yeah.
And then it took another couple of weeks for them to get the power back on.
Which they never actually did they?
So funny that yes, they did.
Okay.
They did. It wasn't. It was a few months later that a branch fell on my fell on the power line and turned off it shut off my power that way. And the power company said it wasn't their problem. The rental company said it wasn't their problem. I went for 2 months sleeping on my parents' couch. From that, in the end, I had to move out because nobody would take responsibility for getting the power back on.
And then they made you pay for it. When you moved out, they made you pay for it, didn't they?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
in
That's all it's your
Arkansas,
fault.
in Arkansas, the only remedy for your landlords literally not having any power to your entire house is move out. And if you have a lease,
Too bad. You got to pay it.
Yep, still gotta pay it.
Hey, do we got copper wire being manufactured?
Somewhere. There is
not
a
in
full,
factory.
there's a full container just outside the Gigafactory that is not hooked up to a depot at the moment.
Okie dokie.
And Garrett is really not sleeping on our couch. He has his own place now. It just happens to be on the
now I
same
do.
property.
The funny,
Totally different house.
And there was a whole nother apartment in between that apartment and where I'm living now.
and I shouldn't say funny, haha, but crazy. No, the crazy part of the story was that I went there to survey the place with Garrett to help. I think it was to help haul some stuff out, but we kind of videotaped around the area, you know, showing the demolished church and everything else. And there was a lady there who came up, and she was obviously had some mental issues of some kind. But man, she wanted. She's like, "Do you have a camera? Can you send this to the governor? Because they're ignoring us here." Well, it's like it's the morning after the storm. The people are, you know, we're a block away from the freeway, and they're currently trying to clear the freeway so vehicles can get in. So all the vehicles were there. They were all doing the best they could.
Yeah. There
Can
were
I get a
cops
word in edgewise
literally-
here? We've got a first time chat. Luis
Oh,
Lobo from
okay.
Brazil. He says, very good, Satisfactory. Appreciate you coming. Appreciate you joining with us today. And T.L. Hyken says, I love my home state. Is your home state Missouri
Arkansas.
or Arkansas? Yeah, Arkansas got pummeled pretty bad. From what I heard from my sister living down just outside of Little Rock.
Daughter.
Didn't I say daughter?
You said sister?
Oh, gee. I don't have a sister.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
Oh, weird.
daughter living down there. They had a house. They got hit only a block away from their friend's house. Bennett's, the Bennett family. So, yeah, it hit kind of close to home down there too, which it would have just been a couple 3 miles away from where Britta was living. So. Pretty scary stuff at times. Robert Cam needs a picture that looks like Robert. Okay. Rashad Ali says hello from SA.
South Africa?
South Africa? Okay. Getting back into the game. Lost some stream after oil. Oh, okay. Lost some steam after getting oil, yeah. Yeah, it starts getting complicated. Okay, Robert, I am in the floor here.
What?
I have got a portal in the floor on this corner of the building. And you're going to take it from here? Is that it?
I could do that, yeah.
All right. Then I am going to go. You can see all the. Notice the singularity cells are backing up. Yes. Way cool. Okay. And there's another truckload of singularity cells coming. So they're coming at enough of a pace that it was able to back up a bit. So those portals ought to stay 100% loaded all the time and can keep on going. So that is way cool.
The upgrades worked.
Yes, the upgrades worked. Are you using them? Okay. Make you a quick animated face, Robert.
There you go.
Volcom says. Did you say singularity cells? As in black hole cells? Yeah, something like that. Yes, exactly. So that's right out here, right out the window. That's good. Okay, so the next thing that needs to be done is I'm gonna head on up here again. See, we've got everything. I'm just gonna. No reason to have this glass here if there's no glass anywhere else. Okay, so I'm heading up here. Now, the store that we just
And Volcom's currently working on VTuber stuff. That's cool.
VTuber. Oh,
You're
is
not
that?
gonna become a VTuber, are you?
I don't know.
No, he's not going to Volochrome.
Define what a VTuber is. Somebody that just puts a video up all the time.
A VTuber has a animated version of their camera. So they have a camera that looks at them, but the camera is used to animate a character on screen instead of
Okay.
having their camera on screen.
Okay. So
And they're 90% anime
Mm-hmm.
characters. I don't think that there are any characters other than anime. At least I haven't seen one.
okay. So what floor? What floor of the Giga is this, Doc? What floor of the Giga is this? This is second floor. The first floor is the floor where we're bringing product in. So it has our trains, it has the truck station, it has the drone platform out just outside the factory to bring the stuff in by truck into the factory. That is right now is where we're just bringing product in. Okay, the second floor is the first floor that we're actually building in some actual manufacturing process. Okay, and the first manufacturing process, actually not the first. We made a screw factory. We made an iron plate factory. We made a rods factory, and then we made a reinforced iron plates factory. Now, this is saying that reinforced iron plates should be coming out at 300 per minute, and it should be pretty close to that. Right now, nothing's running because I plugged the output line, so everything is backed up 100% at this point. So when it runs, it'll run when it needs stuff in the mall or in the depot. Okay, so right now it's just kind of static there until Robert gets it plugged into the mall back on that other end. This factory right here is specifically to put product and keep product in the malls. Okay. This next space over here, we're going to duplicate this, and then we're going to add to it. We're going to take the 300 per minute out of there, and then this is where it created an interesting math problem. So over here, we're going to start building this exact same duplicate factory, but we're going to then take and output those 300 iron plates straight into the modular frame stores. Now, the modular frame stores, of course, then need to have rods added to them. So in back of the iron plates, we're going to then make some rods, and we're going to send the iron plates, and then we're going to have 3 stores that will make our first frames, modular frames. Okay. Now, the math. The math was tough. We wanted to start with 300 iron plates, reinforced iron plates. What does it take as far as the stores go to make a store that would use 300 iron plates? Well, it turns out that in order to make 300 iron plates, you had to have 3 stores that used 100 iron plates apiece. Okay? So, I just realized that the acronym is RIP. Rest in peace. Exactly. So let me hit the escape key, and let me bring over my wonderful friend over here, because ChatGPT helped me, but it logged itself out, Robert. Do they do that?
It shouldn't.
It did.
Well, put it back. Move it out. Off
Actually, no, it didn't. It was on another tab for some reason. Okay, so basically we started up here. And basically I wanted us to, when I got inside, the problem we're solving is the modular frames. Okay? Modular frame stores, how are we going to set up the overclocking? So if I overclock at 200%, I get 24. If I overclock at 250%, I get 30. But I need to output 400 in particular, because I want a total of 1200. So I needed these two equations, and I just basically asked ChatGPT to say, please solve this 24x times 30y equals 400, where x plus y equals 16. Now, using ChatGPT for the math is the only thing ChatGPT is good for. Okay. Okay. So we had it solve that, and it came up with some very ugly looking numbers, 40 thirds and y equals 8 thirds. Okay. So he said, okay, okay, we're going to start over again. Solve this where x is at its nearest whole number. And when we had it go through that, it did its machinations and says we need 13 of them at 200% and 3 of them at a full 30 each, which is 250%. So this gives us our solution for setting up the modular frame store itself. We will make rods at 1200. This is just the rod side of it. The plate, the reinforced iron plate side of it is 1/4 of that, so each one will take 100 iron plates. We'll need 3 of them, and 3 times 4 is for 1200, so we'll have one conveyor of 1200 plus one conveyor plus the iron reinforced iron plates at 300, and we'll have 3 stores at the end, which will produce a number. I can't remember exactly what the number is. Exactly what the output was, but I used ChatGPT to solve that issue. Okay. The biggest challenge you have there is you have to come up with the algebraic equation for ChatGPT to figure, and I'm sure a lot of you can do that, maybe even easier than I did. You know, I only made it through calculus. I didn't make it through differential equations or the other higher calculus or math. I just made it through that far. So. Okay, which side of that corner is I need to be clear on the other corner. I wish there was a quick, easy way to get here. Oh, that's right. We have these.
It's what Habit Season says. You could use ChatGPT to write your legal briefs. What could go wrong? Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like somebody who's watched a few YouTube videos where that exact thing has gone wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All righty, and
I know I've watched those videos.
Yeah, I saw my next.
All right, I'm headed to the opposite corner of the.
Volcrum says if you can create the algebraic equations, you can plop it into Excel, and you could just do it in Excel. A little bit more manually, yes,
fun.
you could.
Okay. And I almost did it. I'm in the wrong corner, but I'm not in the bad corner. I should have just gone straight over. There we go. I'm going to learn my way around my own factory here someday. We got all this junk on the floor. There goes the truck. Garrett's junk. Oh, you're going to blame it on Garrett. Did you hear that, Garrett? You got it blamed on you.
I did. I heard.
You did it, though.
It's nothing new.
You did it.
Robert trying to push responsibility off onto other people's is nothing new.
Truth is the absolute defense. You did it. It's your fault. Therefore,
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. So I'm going out to this blue printer, and the blue printer I need to make is one for the modular frames, because it uses assemblers, and I already have a model for the assemblers in the reinforced iron plate store, for example. I can just pull up the reinforced iron plate store, make the modifications, and then save it as the modular frame store, and away we go. So, in fact, that's what I've done is I've called up the reinforced iron plate store. This one now will be called the modular frame store. And the input. Okay, the input for that. Oh, yeah, I don't want to blow it up. The input is going to be 100 reinforce iron plate and 400 iron rods. And the output, gosh, have to remember that based on the math here. I'm gonna have to go look at the machines
The
here.
coding Corvus says using belts to go across the factory floor is really smart. Never got that far in Satisfactory, unfortunately. Maybe got a little past cold power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be able to do it if I didn't have the help of Garrett, who built it, and Cookie Shan, who we haven't seen for a while. Cookie Shan designing them, so that was pretty good. Redeem hydrate. Okay, I'm in the process here. Okay, so at 250%, the ratio of rods to frames, 400 rods, 30 rods gives you 5 frames. So
We have Pat trying to get in the house, Doc.
shucks. Inconvenant says hello.
And I will scan that hard drive.
Okay. Okay. So
Oh, unable to scan hard drive. No rewards currently available. So what we need to do is go to the library and make some choices. Then we can scan more.
oh, really? All
Yeah.
right. Well, you want to put it up on the screen? We'll do it together
Sure.
since you're already there.
Here's what we're gonna do: is I'm gonna leave it here, and as soon as I see somebody mention the alternate we should choose, I'm just gonna choose it immediately. Okay, and we'll do that till we've chosen a half dozen or so. Okay, so Icy Night, I hope you're watching. I'm pretty sure Icy Night's the one with the strongest opinions on which alternate recipes to use.
So what's this basic iron ingot and cheap silica at the bottom?
Basic iron ingot, cheap silica. Basic iron ingot uses some limestone. So Icy Knight, we have no rewards yet available for any more hard drives until we choose some, because we have quite a list that are unchosen. Just tell me which one's on here for us to select, and we will just select it immediately. Cheap silica gives us the same thing with that, but cheap silica was mentioned, so we're going to select that one. There's one.
Okay.
Okay,
So-
5 more.
You have to choose 5 more?
I said just by decree, I said name 6 of them.
What are the turbo diamonds or super state computer? What's that one?
Okay. That's coal
so
and
this is turbo
fuel.
I don't think I like that.
Okay.
And what is the difference
The
there?
super state computer uses the
I'm in the
depleted
way, I can't
rods.
see.
Oh. It uses the depleted rods and batteries instead of AI limiters and the whatever that ribbon is called. Okay. Megalith came out with a whole bunch. He said cheap silica, which we chose. Quick wire stator.
Cheap silica is up there somewhere.
Quick wire stator was chosen.
Okay.
We got heavy oil residue chosen. We have super state computer chosen.
Wow, is he typing them in Discord or something?
Suddenly, no,
Oh,
it's
I wasn't
you're-
looking down here. Ethereum computer, Megalith says.
Super state computer was chosen. What megalith?
Okay.
Turbo diamonds are good. We're told. Turbo diamonds. Did we already choose the other alternative besides? I think we got rid of turbo diamonds. They might come up later because we're going to continue scanning.
Okay, there was a
And the Caterium computer.
fourth one down from the top. Two more down. There it is.
Caterium computer. Okay. Yeah.
All right. How about scanning a hard drive now?
We still have quite the list. We have a huge list, but scanning a hard drive now. Let's see if we can. I think we can. Yeah, there we go. So the 6 we just threw back in the pot to go. So let's see if we have any pures, because you saw pure iron ingot. We will select all the pures because all the pures are, from what I understand, all the pure are better.
Pure aluminum.
Yeah, pure aluminum. Pure copper.
So the big question on the pure copper, especially, would you end up going out to your copper tower? What we'd have to check to see what it's going to take to reconfigure that.
Yep, I would definitely reconfigure it. Okay, I think that's all the pure we have here, but we have a whole lot more we could choose if we wanted to. Steel cast plate. Steel cast plate.
So it's steel and iron together gives you a cast plate rather than just iron.
Yeah,
Don't know
no,
if that's
definitely.
gonna be all that great.
Okay. Well, I think that's enough for the moment.
Okay.
We selected a whole bunch, made a whole bunch more available. Soon enough, we'll need to choose more again. So I'll send it back to you.
Alrighty. So, okay, now I got to figure out where I was at. I'm gonna have to figure out the 250 is gives 5. The 250 ones equals 5. We were gonna do 250. We're only 3 of them. And the 200s were going to be 13 times. Those give us an output of. They give us an output of 4 per minute. Wait a minute. Okay, that doesn't seem right. Okay, let me put this back up to 250. That gives 5 per minute. Okay, 3 of them. That's it. So the total output is 67. Okay, 400 rods input and 67. Modular frame output. Okay. Very good. Think that those copy. Oh, come on. Eesh.
Go ahead.
I need to run the power line over to the edge over here. Because obviously they don't think I'm going to fly over the on this side. Okay. Okay, somebody laughing at me.
No, I'm. So, Garrett, have you watched Jujutsu Kaisen?
No, no, I have not.
So I don't know much of what I'm reading here, but Apollo, who's in our chat, has created a Jujutsu Kaisen domain expansion for Doc.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
The best I can interpret, I'm guessing this is kind of a mech warrior type machine sort of fantasy power set, something like that. Anyway, he posted it in Discord. And what I like is if Doc was a boss in a video game, what his catchphrase before activation would be, "Let me walk you through the most efficient way to lose this fight."
To lose it.
Well, because you're
Why
fighting
not to
against
win it?
no, you're fighting them, so you're teaching them how to lose the fight.
Okay. Oh.
And the catchphrase at the end is, "You optimized nothing. You just sped up your failure."
Hmm.
That's great.
Taking just in time and iterate quickly to new heights.
Yeah.
Fail quickly.
The whole domain expansion thing is at a point in a fight against a powerful enemy. From what I understand, I haven't actually watched this show, but when they show that they're so powerful that they basically draw you into another world to fight you, one that is exactly what they want it to be.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it's like suddenly you're in their world now.
Fun. And Doc, if you don't mind too much, I'm going to put the AC on cool for a bit.
Oh, absolutely. Not just for a bit. Leave it there. It's supposed to be a 75-degree day. So with our metal roof, that's going to heat things up.
The cats are really trying to get in my side door, Doc.
Oh, don't understand no. Huh? When do cats ever
These-
understand no, right?
Yeah.
These lighting arrays require 7 different items. I'm finding it hard not to run low.
Mm-hmm.
On at least one of them.
On Caterium, which is crazy because you guys haven't taken down the huge factory I built for Caterium wire.
We have not.
No, you haven't, and I'm still running out of it.
Okay.
But the other one is steel beams.
Now, I did used to have a factory on that.
Yeah.
So Apollo says, "Yay!" Remember, I use ChatGPT. Also, it's more like a magic power techniques, not mech warrior stuff that I interpret it as. Okay. But Apollo says that was actually a really good explanation of domain expansion. So,
He wants me to stop.
Okay.
He wants me to stop copying and stop manually changing things and start.
let's see if you can.
Domain expansion is not the first time that idea has been seen in shows or games or whatever. But if that specific term comes from Jujutsu Kaisen, I might actually give it a try.
That was really loud. That's to me. It sounds like that's a turning into magic what was a natural effect of early video games not having the ability to render an entire land. So anytime you get into a battle, suddenly, boom, it's a whole territory. Something that they were doing. Is it similar to that?
Something like that. I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of what is baked into modern fantasy came because of limitations in early gaming.
And Apollo says yes, it does come from there, and it is an amazing show. So. And Doc, I might have gone overboard.
You might have gone overboard.
Might have gone overboard.
Since when? You'd never go overboard on anything.
Hey, don't call me out on it. Sheesh.
Okay, changed all the recipes, changed the amount of output, got it relabeled. I think it's time to save.
Doc, I think all of us went overboard.
The Gigafactory.
You're saying,
Is
saying the
overboard.
Gigafactory is overboard, huh?
The Gigafactory is way overboard.
Doc, we could have finished
I
an
think
entirely
that-
new playthrough if we didn't start the Gigafactory.
I think
Where's the fun in that?
we left the boat behind a year ago, and it's long since sunk, and we're floating in the Atlantic like we're playing Raft.
Another game that Doc should play.
What game?
It's called Raft.
Called Raft, huh?
Yep. Imagine if, all the ocean levels rose, so only mountain peaks are visible anymore, and you are just floating on a raft in the middle of nowhere, and you're just gathering debris from the ocean and trying to eke out a living. You
Think
got survival.
Waterworld, except it's a raft instead of a boat.
Yeah, I didn't like that show anyway.
You didn't like Waterworld?
No,
like
I thought it was
Waterworld.
kind of stupid.
Come on, Kevin Costner.
Exactly.
Not a Kevin Costner fan.
Well, I like Kevin Costner in,
Robin Hood,
no, the Field
Field of Dreams.
of Dreams. I mean, that was about his best movie.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's kind of stiff.
It is a bit stiff.
And of course,
His Robin Hood was silly.
he did. What was that Indian one? Dances with Wolves.
Yeah.
I actually like that movie too. But
That was good. For anybody who's young, that was the original Avatar.
Dances with Wolves is the original Avatar.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Avatar, Pandora, blue skin people, Dances with Wolves, same movie.
Not The Last Airbender.
No.
Now, is this box must just be never ending? I mean, you can deconstruct blueprints here and they just never seem to go away. Anyway. Okay, so the blueprint is made. Now we need to go up to the first floor and second floor.
Okay, Doc. This is not pretty because it's all going to be rebuilt, but I have a prototype that's functioning.
Okay. A prototype. What?
Overflow system.
Okay.
I'm going to try to show it off.
Sure. Try to explain it. Just try to
Oh,
explain
you're
it,
gonna love it.
knowing the number of times you've tried to explain it to me.
Okay, so hello everybody and welcome to my don't start laughing immediately. Come on. Jeez. Okay. It's not fully hooked up yet. You know what? Give me a moment and do one more thing. We'll come back to it. You jerk.
Okay. It looks impressive, Robert.
Thank you. G. Greenheart says, I've built one of these before. Lamau, don't do this. Oh no. Oh no. Is this bad? Well, I know it's bad, but how bad is it? Kathleen says, "Well, I think it looks good, Robert. Thank you. Appreciate it." Everybody freaked out. Oh gosh.
As in everybody. You had no grace whatsoever.
Icy Knight freaked out. Megalith freaked out. G Greenheart says, "At least yours wasn't in a tightly wound spiral formation." There's no way that this is the worst thing I could possibly do. There's no way on earth, because this is replacing a worse version. So that was definitely the worst thing I could possibly do. Volcrum asks, would it help if to find your way in the factory if Garrett color-coded sections?
It probably would, except then we'd have to deal with the coloring method in this game, and in this game, unfortunately, I can't just color an item. I have to apply a palette, and if I ever change that palette, it changes everything that ever used that palette in the entire world,
and crashes everybody off the server.
Yeah, so I'm a little against using colors just because of how poorly the system handles it.
You can use a temporary swatch. They do exist.
Oh.
But then you'd have to color absolutely everything using it by hand.
Now, we decided to make it an asphalt top, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Which means-
No, not asphalt.
It was the... It was the, let me get material, grip metal.
Yeah. Volcom says just the signs and the floor area.
Maybe we can download a mod that changes how color is dealt with.
But you don't have to
It's like-
fret every time.
Yeah, it's like the one real thing that I wonder. It's like the whole color swatch changing everything. I mean, I see that being useful when you want to change the entire color scheme of your factory, and it's like, sure, that's great, but how often are we changing the entire color scheme of our factory? I would rather just have something that applies a color. And if I want to change the color, I go and I apply the color again, a new color. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Makes it really difficult. And it puts such a strain on the server and on the everything involved. I mean, we saw that not just on our server, but we've seen it also on when I was playing single player, when playing multiplayer and just, serving it up to you guys. Just was difficult, to say the least.
Otherwise, yeah, I would love to use colors more in my in the server, but at this point, we would have had to keep track of what we're doing with what swatch in order to be able to untangle it at this point.
Yeah.
And we really haven't been paying that much attention.
Okay. All right, 3 iron plate
Oh, lag.
stores. And we decided to put them 2 apart when they were on the same level.
Bit off topic, says Gontalgram, but Doc, have you seen Babylon 5?
Um, the movie?
No, TV show.
Yeah, TV show. Yeah, watched it beginning to end, all the way.
Yeah, it was good. It
Or was that Battlestar Galactica?
though you have seen Battlestar Galactica, so if you haven't seen Babylon 5, I'd recommend it. It's very much it's not Star Trek, but it feels very much like classic Star Trek. And anybody who likes Star Trek, just about everybody who likes Star Trek also really likes Babylon 5. So if you ever get an itch to see more good Star Trek, watch Babylon 5. It's a little more campy. It's a little bit old, a little bit. It's not the super refined next generation stories that they had. It's a little bit more, but it's fun.
Now, one thing to note here as I'm doing this, the whole idea of building stores is the fact that I can build an entire factory womb to tomb in just a very few minutes. So I'm just laying down these already. I've already figured all the numbers out over here. We've done it once already. I'm just extending it beyond to the next level so I can make the reinforced, the modular frames. I already have the reinforced iron plate. I already have I'm building up all the components that basically that are based on iron at this point. And continuing to build across. Come on, unlock. Unlock. Okay. And so very quickly, I'm going to build a modular frame factory, and then get the conveyor on it, put it in a mall, and move on to something else. Can you please do something to fix the roofs on the store? As you can see when you turn them to grit metal, that there's so much clipping. Is there a reason for it? Because there is. Leave it if there.
So the reason for the overlap is because the stores are half wider, and so yes, there's a bit of clipping. It's something we can just delete some pieces to fix, and so I can help him pretty up later by doing that.
So you're talking about these
Yeah.
having so many ribs in here when there really shouldn't be so many ribs.
Yep.
Like, for example, this is a full one. It should be just a half one here.
Yep.
And yes, it was built with it. Yeah, it was built when it didn't matter, when it was all white like this.
Yep.
So you didn't see it. Now, yeah, it should be cleaned up.
Yep.
And frankly, if we're going to use these the way we are, I have to go clean them up on the blueprint.
Yep. Okay, Doc. While you're doing that, I can bring them back because I've now fixed the last piece I hadn't done before. Okay.
Sure. So you're showing it on the screen.
So as ridiculous as you guys thought it was, I'm not going to look at chat until I've done my initial explanation. Okay? And Doc, you're not going to laugh. So here's what we have. We have over here, we have a train station up above that is bringing us 12 full lines of iron ingots. Those 12 full lines of iron ingots are going up to the factory. However, there is overflow. Currently, all that overflow is being sunk. And sinking iron ingots is silly. Might as well use them for more when these get backed up. So this is a system where all 12 of these lines can overflow down here to a single new line. What that means is that this new line is guaranteed to be full as long as the combined quantity of the overflow from all 12 of those together is at least 1,200. Okay? It says guaranteed. If it's at least 2,400, the next row will be filled and
Starts getting more.
yeah, more and more all the way across. Ignore this little squiddy part. I'll make that pretty later. But what this does is it's just simply it's a merger and a smart splitter putting overflow to the right, and it's just that 5 times or 6 times in a row, right? So all we have here is just a simple way of turning 12 full lanes into 18 full lanes. As long as these 12 aren't all fully perfectly used, these will happen. We are no longer going to be syncing at the mall like what we did in the Mega Factory. We are syncing at the ingot stage so that we can make sure we always have enough product that we need, especially when we start using it for later stuff. But then the overflow continues to be used because there's not enough iron in the whole world to make iron rods at 1200 per minute and sink them, and plates at 1200 per minute and sink them, and every single piece like that all the way. So this is my, as Volocom says, my macaroni project for today. Okay.
Looks good to me.
And Robert, Caffeinated says, Robert showing us this gives us the child showing a macaroni art project vibes. Look, guys.
Now, when we start dropping down the train stations that are in between those train stations that you saw, might want to consider just pushing the input coming down from them to the other side, and doing the same thing on the other side, so you've got enough room for
I
each.
need to. I also wasn't thinking about this when I pulled these over right here, which means that these 12 can be almost right next to each other, making enough space for those lanes right adjacent to it. This is also temporary because all of this entire stack right here, becomes one column in 1.1, because in 1.1 I could just stack these on top of each other. So instead of taking up this much real estate, it's one single column, floor to ceiling, handling 12 lanes, and it'll be beautiful. Right?
Yep.
And the density will be insane, and I will just sit back and watch it and laugh.
And laugh at what?
At my genius.
Okay.
Back to you, Doc.
Okay. That is, if I can get my cursor unstuck again.
Yeah.
Laugh at the poor fools who didn't believe in him.
Right.
Didn't believe that he could do what he said he was. That his designs were terrible. Because they are, but he'll laugh anyway.
And you know, Garrett, for the people who didn't believe me, I will have my revenge. It will happen.
Revenge?
You need to have a little bit more gusto in that, Robert.
You know what? I could be calm.
I say it with more feeling.
No.
Wow. I'm sorry, then I'm going to have to ask you to leave. We don't want you for the role.
I'm sorry. Was I not villainous enough for you?
Okay, please give us your best villainous laugh.
No.
Exactly.
What do you mean exactly? Exactly what? Exactly nothing.
Exactly, you're not villainous enough. So no, you don't get the role.
It's okay. The roll was a day old, so I'll get you fresh ones.
Caffeinated says, I've never heard I will have my revenge in lowercase before. Aww. Gosh darn it.
That's a great way to put it. I mean, at least put it in, like, italics. I will have my revenge. Something that was sort of italic. Wow, that just real conversation stopper, I guess.
Ice Knight wants to know, how do you speak Italic?
Garrett, tell us how to speak Italic.
Ask the French.
That's... Oh, the monkey with drip is here. He says, "What's up, Doc?" Again. Says, "Yeah, no, little buddy, you're not that. No, little buddy, you're not that tough."
So we're taking out the support beams. That's actually a great question, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
From Blue Construction Pylon, why you taking out all those support beams?
Well, as soon as I have my cursor back, I'll confirm that I needed to, because they get in the way of the factory. Ah, come on. Get the feeling my batteries in my regular mouse are going down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's switch mouse, switch mice. Yeah, I took out the beams that were here that would have been embedded in the factory. I probably shouldn't have taken these beams out, because they might not have been embedded in the factory. I'll let Garrett put them back.
Okay.
Actually,
Wow, just
yes,
let
they
me
would
take
have been. They would have been embedded in the factory based on how wide the factory is. They'd get clipped. Unless you want me to leave them there. We didn't leave those others there across the way. Hey, Robert? Did that answer the question?
I was paying attention to something else. So tell me again.
The pillars were taken out when we did this factory along here.
Yeah.
So I took them out along here.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Just duplicating what we did before.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Next is...
Blue Construction Pylon says very empty warehouse vibe. For the moment,
Okay.
yes.
We got the reinforced iron plate stores next, and there's 4 of those that go in here, and we did the flat, planted, and then flat to go into there. Yep. Okay.
really, we need some box clutter to throw around, like pallets. We can just put on the ground places, stuff like that. It would be really cool.
Just as aesthetic ground clutter.
Yeah,
Sure.
not too much that it'll get in the way, but enough to make the place feel kind of lived in, rather than
Yeah, the game could use a lot of that stuff.
because it's currently quite sterile.
You mean ground clutter like all the machines you've got on the first floor? All the extra machines you have on the first floor?
Look, that space is completely empty of and not used for anything
Oh,
other than what I needed it for. So yes,
Oh.
I put stuff there to help with the continued building of the Gigafactory.
okay. Yippee, clutter, Blue Construction says. Blue Construction Pylon. I think Coffee Stain is hearing us about that, and they're adding shelves and stuff to keep up with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do like the
Shelves will be
shelves.
great.
Yep. Robert will enjoy using those in his office area. Won't you?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
I was joking.
Oh,
I thought I was anyway.
well, okay, so I have my office, and then I have the other rooms I've been decorating around the office to try to give them like a storage room type vibes, and those spaces
Have you
can be great for.
been to your office recently?
Oh no. I don't like hearing that.
Yeah, right. Did you do something again?
What?
Oh no.
Because yes, I did spend about an hour and a half deconstructing what you did last time.
Oh, that just didn't make it onto stream.
No, it made it onto stream all right, just not you weren't here that day.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he vented his frustration satisfactorily. You get that?
Very nice, Doc. Very, very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice.
All right.
Kevin says, I usually put up a bunch of otherwise useless catwalks to help with the emptiness. Yeah. That'd be something to work on. Oh, really? Oh, well. Ain't nothing like realizing you just wasted a bunch of time.
Yep, nothing like it.
Especially when it's oh, wait. I was smart. I did do it right. I did fix it so I wouldn't have to waste this time. And I wasted the time anyway because I didn't think I was smart enough to do it. If that makes any sense at all.
Makes no sense whatsoever.
Gosh darn it.
Now, why is this one different than that one? What did I end up putting here? Because I have it turned the wrong direction.
Now, how am I going to turn this stuff into a pallet?
Into a palette?
Mm-hmm.
Like a painting palette? Or like a construction
Like
palette?
like one of those things that you stack boxes on.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gonkelgrim asks, Doc, what's your favorite Star Trek series and why is it Deep Space Nine?
And why is it Deep Space Nine?
Yes.
Deep Space Nine, I didn't watch hardly any of. I just couldn't get the idea in my head about we go where no man has gone before to staying stationary in space. Just couldn't get that. So no, that was not my favorite. So my favorite Star Trek series was Next Generation with Patrick Stewart, by far.
I love both of them for their very different but just as high quality stories. Except for the Q episodes, they were all dumb.
Oh, you didn't like Q?
No.
Nobody
First
likes
off,
Q.
First off, I didn't even buy the actor. I couldn't for the life of me say, yeah, that's definitely an international being an intergalactic being with more power than everybody else in the universe. I could not believe him as an actor whatsoever.
Lag. Every item I place makes lag. So much lag.
And Caffeinated says, you have to get past the first 3 seasons. Seasons 4 through 7 is so good in DS9.
I'm sorry, but a show that you have to slog through 3 seasons to get to the good part
Just to where you
is
can
not a good
appreciate it?
show.
Well,
So, Guido Jack, first time chat. He says he made a typo. He meant to say, and why is it the next generation? There you go.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Because I thought
Next generation's definitely the best.
you like that too, huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. It is the only one that I've watched. I haven't watched any of the other Star Treks, but I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Okay, now
Caffeine says, Garrett, you can say that, but that's literally every Star Trek show. The first 2 seasons are all bad.
yeah, well, their first 2 seasons, they're still trying to introduce all the characters and get you grounded in where they're going with the seasons. So
There is a writing
because
term.
season 2, he got his beard. Like
Yeah,
whatever
exactly.
his name is. He got his beard, so that's obviously the best one.
you're talking about number one?
Yeah, he grew his beard.
Finally got his beard. Okay.
But that's now become a typical term in the industry for a show that takes a while to get its legs, and once it gets its legs, it's good. Well, growing a beard is the term.
Oh, growing a beard is the term for that, huh?
It's specifically named after that case.
Oh, that's funny.
What's his name again?
Um,
Don't make me remember names, Garrett.
It's been a long time since I've actually watched Star Trek.
you know what's weird about it too is seeing him reprise his role, like in Patrick Stewart reprises his role in another season episode. What is that?
In the modern show,
Yeah, the modern show.
ugh.
Yeah, another one I never was able to get into either. And when all the old characters come back and reprise their roles, it's just kind of crazy.
Riker, by the way, Garrett,
Riker, yeah,
is
Right.
the character name anyway.
and again, Caffeine says season 3 of Picard is actually pretty good.
Card, first 2 seasons again. Yeah, I only got through a season and a half of Picard. Then again, I've got Mama Doc really doesn't like Star Trek, so kind of hard to watch it when she doesn't want to watch it.
Oh, does Cisco also grow a beard? I didn't recognize that. That's funny. So, yeah.
Oh, look at that. Darn it. Anywho.
Wandering Zimbo asks if the game is coming to Xbox yet. If so, you'd love to play it.
Which game?
Satisfactory.
They put that off, from what I understand from one of their last videos. That they wanted to get the PC version of 1.1 out. In order to do that, they delayed the Xbox release. So.
Yeah, but they're getting controller support working and everything else on PC, and they're going to use that as a template for porting over as well.
My shoulder's not behaving itself today.
Hmm.
Which side of the business am I in? I'm in the F side of the building over here, right?
Yep.
The F6 side.
Yep.
So I need to be in the A1 side on the second floor to get to the disposal.
Or you can just trash it from your inventory.
Oh, you. How dare you speak such. Wow.
So Icy Night, this will be a Minecraft week. Monday and Tuesday, so today and tomorrow are Satisfactory. And then Wednesday, Thursday are Minecraft. And then if you guys are a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, you'll be able to join us on Discord on Friday for our recording stream, which will also be Minecraft.
Now, one thing to discuss, though, too, I don't want to get rid of that. One thing to discuss, though, too, is the is the fact that the mornings work out a whole lot better for me and family than the afternoon ones do. Does anybody here have any serious objections to watching 8 to 12, 9 to 1 Central instead of 12 to 4 Central?
So yeah, guys, let us know if the morning streams are something you just can't attend, or if you'd be able to be here more often for morning streams, or what you think on that.
Yeah, because we're thinking of just Monday through Friday. Our stream time would be 9 to 1. Period. Just 9 to 1, and then the Friday stream would fluctuate occasionally. When I have an obligation on Friday mornings that I need to attend to,
Right.
but we'd still be there in the afternoon. Watching, prefer mornings. Job is such that I can watch it then. Okay. That's sad. Thanks for letting me know what needs fixing in the game. Oh, okay. That's the discussion on the Xbox.
Are there any other small items in the game other than what can be found in beams, pillars, and attachments? Like everything else is pretty big. I suppose the hypertube stuff is generally pretty small.
Again, you're working on just ground clutter.
Yeah. Conveyor poles and stuff are pretty small.
I also used wall ports.
Oh, you just created a new category, Garrett, called design?
Yeah.
Because Gigafactory was the bottom, so I just scrolled to the bottom and that was it. And now there's another one.
Factory carts, says Trumpkin.
Factory carts.
They're also small.
Okay.
Iceman says, I don't have a preference, but usually it's easier to get later streams on Wednesdays and Fridays, but earlier on other days.
Okay, so he's got a mix.
Stackable pipes and conveyors are good clutter. Random pipes and shell and valves. Valves would work, Garrett.
Yeah. I'm working with a couple of pipeline junctions at the moment.
Half-Night says, I thought that The Mandalorian, while cool, and Boba Fett were kind of snooze fests. And, yeah, like... And then Andor. Andor was fun. I enjoyed Andor. Andor felt like something... It just felt like Star Wars, I guess, in a way that the other ones didn't. Mandalorian was fun, but it was slow. I never ended up getting all the way through it, just because I felt like... I couldn't figure out what the purpose of Mandalorian was. I guess it's my problem. I only got like the first 5 episodes in or so. It's like, cool, he's taking care of a baby now. I'm no longer watching Star Wars. I'm watching a babysitter, and I guess I just didn't care enough. And I didn't get the whole, oh, but he's a Yoda, or whatever.
You couldn't get that vibe out of it at all.
Yeah, so.
I didn't either. I mean, yes, he had powers. Yes, he did things, but okay. To what end?
Yeah, I liked Mandalorian in the first several episodes because he's the roguish bounty hunter, you know. He's there's a bunch of drama and stuff surrounding, which was cool. And then now he's a babysitter. Anyway, I know the show was really enjoyed by a lot of people, so I'm not gonna knock it too hard, but Andor is fun so far, and I'm going to
And-
continue to enjoy watching that.
Okay, cool. I haven't seen any episodes of Andor yet.
Yeah. I think we watched like the first two, but that was like right when it first came out, and that was forever ago. And I watched the rest of my own.
All righty. I have a need for, what is it?
Speed.
5.
Thank you, Garrett.
I'm sorry, it had to be said.
I need 4 ingot inputs.
And Redstone Ninja says it's easy to get into Mandalorian show if you watch the Clone Wars, the animated series.
Oh,
No, I never watched the Clone Wars.
okay. I need 4 ingot inputs. It looks like 1 for the screws, and 1 each for the plates. Okay.
Okay. Are you telling me because you want something?
Yes. I began the sentence by saying I need.
Sure. I need a pay raise.
No guarantees.
Well then. I can get something to you, but I currently have deconstructed the iron ingot line. So I can get you basically a stub and tell you what it is. Redstone Ninja says, I also said speed at the same time as Garrett. The need for speed. Okay, Doc. So, is there an easy way to... Did I blueprint this? Okay. How many total do you need, Doc? 6?
I need 4.
That can't be right.
Okay. I need 1 for the 3 screw inputs.
Okay.
That'll take 900. I
Okay.
need 1 each for the 3 plate stores,
So that's 4.
and that's it.
No, because we're not setting it reinforced iron plate.
Because we're not what?
Stopping at reinforced iron plate.
You're right, we aren't. But the modular frame takes all the gazintas from before, and none of it is.
It also uses more rods, doesn't it?
I don't. Yeah, that's right. There's. Oh, I didn't put the rod stores in here. Thank you.
Okay. And Kapanen says, everyone I know is begging me to watch Severance, and I can't bring myself to care. I've been hearing stuff about Severance as well, so if you do care and you do finally watch it, let me know, I guess. I don't know, I more or less just watch YouTube now because TV shows are just so disappointing now.
Yeah, same here. The price for Netflix just isn't worth it anymore.
That's kind of what we're coming to the conclusion of. Okay. Yes, I will end up needing.
Kevin says, I just watched The Next Generation over and over again. Mm-hmm. Fair enough choice.
Please tell me that you intersperse that with Stargate every once in a while.
And Megalith has Netflix, Disney Plus, and Amazon Video. Yeah.
You see, we went to online streaming to get away from cable packages, and the cable packages caught right back up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Did actually.
There are some spaces where I just don't want competition. I want there to be one streaming platform. I really do. If we can find a way to let there be one streaming platform and let different people compete on that streaming platform, that'd be great.
Garrett, you're in trouble.
What?
We might have to demod Caffeinated.
Mm-hmm.
He says, because Stargate is boring and dumb. Fight me.
What? How dare you? How
Stargate?
dare you? I cannot believe you would say something like that, Caffeinated.
Okay. Okay. Settle down. Settle down.
Yeah, I think I might have to. Caffeinated, where did you live again? I think I might have to drive up there and deal with this personally.
Oh dear. Oh dear. What have we got going?
We have somebody disagreeing, somebody disparaging the name of one of the greatest modern actors of our time, Richard Dean Anderson. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Caffeinated says in all caps, I will come down to Joplin. Don't make me. Star Trek forever.
Look, I didn't go disparaging Star Trek. But then you had to go and start disparaging Stargate.
Okay, let's settle it down a bit, guys.
If Stargate had come a few years earlier, it would have replaced Star Trek 100%.
It honestly did. Like, Star Trek was already dying when Stargate came around.
Yeah, Stargate just doesn't have quite the cult following that Star Trek has.
It's true.
What happened with Stargate is it didn't continue spinning off and getting better. Stargate Atlantis was good, but it wasn't a huge leap forward like Next Generation was. And then when Next Generation went to Deep Space Nine, where it went to a different genre but still good, Stargate then went to Stargate Universe, was it? And it was trash. And then what was the
Stargate Universe was pretty trash.
And I think that's really what happened. And the reason why Stargate didn't become an epic franchise like Star Trek did is it
didn't evolve enough.
Yeah, it just couldn't evolve. Gondorgrim says, I can understand not liking Stargate 1. That's another one that takes 3 seasons to get good. However, I think we can both agree that MacGyver was the best show ever.
MacGyver was very good.
I can't say it was the best show, but I did love MacGyver.
Yes.
Yes.
Little Garrett was so excited every time they put Mom and Dad put MacGyver on. Like at that point, we had it on disc because I don't think it was running anymore.
Oh no.
So we bought it on disc and they showed it to us on disc. And we got so excited.
And it's so old. It was in standard aspect, not even widescreen, only 720p on a 1440p monitor, which did not look good. Great for the little screen, but not for the big one.
Caffeinated says, well, clearly you've never watched Knight Rider.
I have. I loved Kip. I thought that was quite the advance in computer technology, which should say.
And no, I have not watched Knight Rider. I have seen Knight Rider referenced in a lot of situations, but no, I have not seen it. How do I do this? Can I put a wall outlet on top of this?
Caffeinated says, Knight Rider's so good. It's another thing I have on in the background instead of Next Generation.
Yep. Certainly can do that, that's for sure.
You know what? Trumpkin, I think, hits it right. Stargate was so good as a series, but it was as much based on the chemistry of Richard Dean Anderson and crew, and that's why the later season was just not as interesting.
Yeah, when Richard Dean Anderson retired.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he left, it was kind of the death knell for the show. You know, like NCIS has survived it somehow. You know, with Leroy Jethro Gibbs leaving the show, and they've survived. Mama Doc doesn't like it as well, but to watch it.
I never liked the series. I could never buy into the conceit. I just nah. And Bart Gazowski says, I love MacGyver. Yeah. And Lady Grimoire says, my favorite show is Farscape. This is first time chat, by the way. My favorite show is Farscape, but I do like Star Trek and Stargate too. Don't see why it has to be competition. No, it doesn't.
It really doesn't.
So what are the ramps for, asks Icy Knight?
Just going from one building to the next.
Yeah, because all the conveyors going from one store to another are going to be on the roof. Putting the ramps there just allows us to get the conveyor from one place to another, make it all uniform. And we have a comment from Samuel Last Name. He says, hey, Doc. Me and my friends recently got back into Satisfactory for 1.1. And I've been binging all your videos and shorts for advice to impress my friends. Thanks for helping me show off.
All right. All right. We got to stretch. We got to redeem hard drive. We got to redeem hydrate.
Oh, let me get that hard drive or the MAM stuff done.
Yeah, you can take care of that hard drive.
And yes, I did see the death that was suggested.
No. There's nothing.
No, there's no death.
There's nada.
Garrett, without having read it, would you rather be the driver or the guy who presses the button?
He says, this will help me show my Factorio-obsessed friend that Satisfactory is better.
There you go.
I did enjoy Satisfactory, and then I tried playing Factorio and had a hard time backstepping to a two-dimensional game from three-dimensional. So, Doc, denying it does not make it not true. Love the double negative.
Okay, so Doc, that's where you want stuff. I tell you what, Doc, I'm gonna get the conveyors kind of to your area, and then you have to pop them up where you want them. Okay?
Okay. All six.
All six.
Okay.
Samuel says Satisfactory is better because spaghetti.
Yeah, you get to eat something while you play. Yeah.
Here's a good question from Ben. Yes, how big should I build a mega factory? And where, since I don't know places that don't have a big enough space?
Oh, well, this gigafactory is built on the edge of the world, out over a bunch of water. So if we were to look at, let me just pull over here. If we were to look at the map, this happens to be a map that shows where my gigafactory is built. If we scroll out, you'll see that it's on the very edge of the map and it's over a ton of water. The swamp actually ends right through the middle, the part right through the middle there. And so literally I etched out space on the corner edge of the map that allowed me to build where there weren't mines underneath and where there weren't things obstructing and in the way. So that's how I accomplished it. Other places to look is there's a huge lake right here you could do it. There's a huge space over up here that you could build out over water. Huge space right here that you can build out over water. This is the kind of the eastern oil fields. There's a bunch of oil fields over here, and it's easy to build out on this water and up here on this water. So start at the edge of the land and build outward, and that's how I find the space to build.
I would note, by the way, Ben, if I remember correctly, you're around tier 2. Don't worry about making something near this size. This would kill you. You're not going to have the production to build this. Build something closer to our mega factory that we have, and you can look back at other Let's Play episodes that allow you to do that. At this point, you don't have the conveyors to go far enough. You don't have the supplies, and you don't need it to be that big, because the largest manifold you can make right now is probably like 10 machines long, and so making a factory much more than, I don't know, 20 in any dimension is probably a bit of a waste. And we got a posture check redeemed for you, Doc.
Okay. All right. The big question is, do I leave this here? Do I put two side by side? And then I think I'm gonna just leave that one there. Okay, so I got the rod store. Turns out the rods are the rods, even when they are overclocked 250%, will only produce 600 for 16 machines.
So you gotta have 2 of them.
This look.
So I have to have 2 of them, yeah.
I figured out how to
And I
strap
say plate output.
objects.
It's a rod store, but I have plate output.
I figured out how to strap objects down to the pallet.
Strap them, huh?
Strap.
Okay.
Yeah. And it looks super cool. I can't wait to show you guys.
Okay. Are you grinning? I can hear you grinning about that.
Yeah, I am very certainly grinning.
So what have you strapped down that somebody's going to object to?
Currently I am strapping down a Mark 1 pump.
What do you mean strapping down?
I'm making it look as though it's on a pallet and strapped to the pallet.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Alright.
Nope. Power lines didn't do it. I tried those.
Okay.
But they hang slack. It doesn't look right.
What else?
But no, I found that conveyor ceiling mounts have really good bars that look like they could be straps.
Oh. Yeah, you daring it so only like one arm is visible.
Pretty much. Actually, there are places where I can use both arms at the same time. The
Interesting.
pipeline pump outlet is just big enough to be able to look like I put a strap around the pipe.
Interesting. Okay.
Delta Grim says, Dog's stream in the community reminds me of the days when I ran a comic book store. Nerds having passionate discussions about fun stuff.
There you go. So the reason for the store isn't necessarily what you sell. It's the conversation it generates when you're there.
Mm-hmm.
So Ben asks, how do I get mycelia? Because I don't have any bit of a mycelium am done.
Caves. Doc has been playing for 6 hours. Yeah. Probably have been playing for 6 hours.
He got on early today.
Yeah. I had a rather sleepless morning. I woke up at 3 o'clock, finally gave up, and got up at 4 o'clock. Came on out to the studio.
One of these days, his sleepless night and my sleepless night are going to coincide, and we're just going to go live at 4 o'clock in the morning.
That would be interesting. That would be really interesting. Okay, I need to go here. So I need 3 plate stores. Excuse me, I don't want that. I want a full size. One, 2. And 2. Okay. You want to put it on that line. This pillar. Okay. Blueprint. Here we go. Gigafactory again. And we want a frame store. Monster frame store. Oh dear.
And the great artist is here. Hello, hello. Caffeinated says, I might be your only American viewer at 3 a.m.
Yeah, you probably would be. Can't imagine there would have been too many viewers at 3 a.m. All right, that should be it. Scoot over to this side of the factory.
There's always the underserved graveyard shift. Doomed to only watch Europeans play games.
We
What
will be the favorite of security guards all over the world. Which is exactly why we should be doing horror games.
To keep them awake.
Horror
something
games
like
at
that.
3 a.m. hit a little different.
Okay. I love how it draws the conveyors first, then builds the machines, and then builds the walls. Up it goes. Okay.
And, you know, Doc, another year or two when your dexterity is back to full and had good practice with video games, it's going to be a lot of fun throwing you through a lot of those kinds of games. It really is.
Hope my dexterity actually comes back.
You are going to enjoy yourself.
Yep. All right. Okay, I have to go see what you did as far as bringing those 6 lines of some
they
flights
gets over?
here. Yeah.
Um,
You haven't got them quite yet?
they're there in the basement. They just aren't fully connected yet because I have to completely disassemble my gigantic mess that I made and rebuild it.
The one that you showed us that I laughed at?
Yes,
Why do you have to redo it?
because I had to compact it over so I had room for the other stuff. So
Oh, did you forget that you had other stuff or something?
yeah, I wasn't really paying attention. I was just building a draft and so. So, Caffeinated says, extremely funny you say that, Robert. One of my favorite streamers is from the Netherlands because I used to work graveyards at FedEx. Yeah. And Gomelgrim says, trust me, as someone who works in the evening / quasi midnight shift, in my field of work, there's very little that scares me anymore.
Yeah.
And Puppy Monkey Baby, I recognize that name, says, hey Doc, don't know if you remember me. Wanted to thank you for your simple but helpful advice. Guess I
Cool.
just needed to hear somebody else tell me that I don't have to have a perfect everything. Reignited my flame.
Oh, fantastic. It's a positive result, would say then.
You're getting pretty quiet for me, Doc. Are you talking quiet or are you away from your mic or what's up?
No, I was probably talking quiet.
Okie doke.
Probably talking quiet. And I'm connecting up power to each one of the factories, each one of the stores. One thing at a time. Wanting to make sure I remember all the stores. Don't forget to hook up one versus the others. On and on it goes.
Doc, do you remember the later Battlestar Galactica series that came out that went over the original events of Battlestar Galactica? On the planets with the original attack of the Cylons and everything? The development.
I didn't know there was two different series.
Yeah, I think we had it. It was a fairly short one.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah. I think it suffers from the same sort of issues that a lot of modern Star Wars does, in that now they're taking a lot of mystery away because they're telling you how it happened, instead of raising additional mystery and creating a larger world. They're just filling in the mystique, which
I know you've objected to that prior times.
I really strongly do. Nobody needs to know how Han Solo got his name, because every explanation will be worse than the cool, evocative name you hear for the first time.
It was cool to hear the story of how the R2D2 got the message about got the Princess Leia message to the Republic rebels.
Yeah, Rogue One.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although Rogue One was a real downer of the show.
Oh, absolutely. I was kind of okay with Rogue One. Story-wise, I like the fact that it didn't take a mystery and solve the mystery. It took a plot hole and fixed it with more plot, and I liked that.
Okay.
Caffeinated says, Doc is fading away because the viewers aren't believing hard enough.
Aren't believing hard enough? Okay. Yellow, yellow, yellow. I should see all yellow sticks now. Yeah, I do. I see all yellow.
Bernicus Maximus says there were 2 Battlestar Galactica spin-offs, Caprica and then Blood and Chrome.
Ah, Caprica, yes. Blood and Chrome?
I think that sounds familiar. Could you remind me what happens in Blood and Chrome? Yeah, at Gondor, and at the end, the movie, you get to see a completely amazing Vader tear through people in classic Star Wars lightsaber fashion. Yeah, I like the continuation from Rogue One to A New Hope. That was cool.
So, if you look on my screen, these are the lines that you've given me here that have no ingots on them.
Yes, they'll have ingots here soon.
They'll have ingots soon, you say?
Yes.
Okie. Then I will begin having faith that they will be populated.
Bart says Blood and Chrome was about how Adama got his name, the main guy, and how he got started as a pilot. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that.
I don't think so either.
And Bernicus Maximus says, I worked on that one. Really?
Really?
Adama's training. You worked? That is really cool. I don't think you ever watched Blood and Chrome. Well,
I don't think so either.
again, that kind of shows you why the series kind of slowed down. Yeah. I enjoyed Caprica, though, again, it kind of did the same thing as, a lot of the other Star Wars spin-offs. It just explained the world, it felt like, instead of giving us new story. Yeah, Battlestar Galactica was a really, really fun show.
For one, I liked Adama. Adama, the actor that played Adama.
Mm-hmm.
He appeared in another movie that I felt was really, really good, called Stand and Deliver.
Oh, really? That was him?
That was him.
Ah.
Younger him,
Oh, gosh.
but he did an excellent job there too.
Yeah. Doc, you also really enjoy the movies that have a really powerful, strong leader who knows how to lead people.
Yeah.
And both Captain Adama as well as Picard both have that same sort of style.
Mm-hmm.
I think Adama was more well-rounded character. He had more weaknesses,
Mm-hmm.
but both of Adama and Picard have that.
Yeah, and they're not on. They both play a servant leader style, where they literally teach people as they go. They grow people instead of just bossing people around.
Yeah, it looks like we had a bit of a hiccup in our video, unfortunately.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to make a whole lot more of these, but I want to show you guys some of what I've made.
Okay. We had a bit of
I
a
just
hiccup,
gotta
but
save.
I don't see either one that paused and restarted.
Okay. I just see welcome to the chat room popping up.
Okay.
Who do you want to come over to come check out what, Garrett?
I can come to you guys actually.
Oh,
Where are you?
is it on a blueprint or something?
Yeah, they're all blueprinted.
Doc is on 2E6 or 2E5. And Bart Guzowski says he was great in Stand and Deliver. I still remember the +2 or -2 +2 fill the hole. I don't recall that line. I barely remember the movie, but And Bernicus, speaking of Blood and Chrome, says it was made as a TV movie, but it was released on YouTube in 20-minute chunks. It was really weird how they did it.
Only 20-minute chunks.
Yeah. Really, really short micro episodes. Yeah, I can definitely see that being
Did
weird.
you didn't put in one of these, did you?
Nope.
Okay. I must have turned away or something and really put it in there funky.
Wow, so much spaghetti.
Are you complaining about something?
No, I'm just noting.
Oh no, Garrett's noticing, guys. Garrett's noticing.
Okay. Doc, stop right there.
Stop right where
Hi. Mind coming over
I'm
here for just
busy.
a moment?
I'm busy.
I want to show you a few things.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Where are you saying come over here
You
to?
promised not to kill him.
He probably can't promise that because that is his attempt.
I promise not to kill you.
Right.
No, he's not here for the kill. The kill will come in a little bit when I'm done with my current little project.
Where are you?
I was literally right next to you. I went right in front of you, Doc.
I see. What? Okay, so what's this? A stack of junctions. Okay, good. And a stack of pillars.
Wait, how'd you make those the pallet? Huh.
That is interesting.
Oh, but this one gets even better. This is where I first started introducing straps.
Okay. And
And then
are
the
these
last one,
these pallets meant to go on shelves?
they can go on shelves or just really they're meant to be on the ground. There's a whole bunch of the pallet that goes under the ground, and it only really looks good when it's clipped through the ground.
Oh, okay, so it buries that.
That's pretty
Yeah.
cool. I like that.
You're up there,
Yep, I'm
but yeah,
up here looking at them.
and we can even take and
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. When it's up there, you can see what you're using.
Yeah,
For
it's a pillar top.
Alexa, by the way, says it popped in, says hi docking guy. It says you should share those palette blueprints.
yeah,
Okay.
I probably will. These are great little blueprints just to throw around your base to give it a little bit more life, and you could set them crooked too.
Mhm.
Like yeah.
That's awesome. Icy Knight says those are nice.
Yeah,
Cool.
so I need to make more. A bunch for pipes. We'll have a set for pipes, a set for other building blocks, stuff like that.
Cool. Yeah. There's a reason why you're an author,
Yeah, yeah.
because you're creative.
Omega Gamer says hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello, hello. Ingot input. There's ingot. I got 3 ingot inputs there.
Alexa says I just saw this mega blueprint of a giant excavator as an iron factory. It works perfectly. It's insane and truly inspiring. Huh. Could you post a link to it of it in the Discord?
So, you guys should give some other
Yeah, thank you.
other suggestions because these palettes are really good. Just as are really good clutter. But you guys should suggest other blueprints that we can make, just to act as little bits of clutter.
Ice Man says, "Do you really need extra clutter with these frame rates?"
Probably not, but it certainly looks better.
It's okay. We all suffer for the arts. Ice Man says, "But I don't want to suffer."
All right. Okay. Those are connected at this point. Next up.
Gontogram says, "Garrett, can you do a pallet of pipes? Stack them on top of each other?"
Iron plates.
I'm actually working on a pallet of pipes right now.
Perfect. Gontogram said something a little bit earlier that I kind of wanted to talk about. He says, "Good story is good story. There's nothing wrong with expanding, exploring characters, and expanding the landscape of a universe. You don't need to explain magic because it's magic. Some things in a story or universe are just given."
Yeah. Alexa asked where she should post it.
In, let's see, Satisfactory Pioneer Hangout would be great. Speaking of, if anybody else is not a member of our Discord, it would be awesome if you could join us there. We have cool stuff going on there all the time, and people like Alexa, whenever she finds something cool, she'll post that for everybody to see. And people are posting their builds both for Satisfactory and Minecraft there, and about once a month or so, Doc compiles all of them, and we have a showcase, and he reacts to them live here on stream, looking at all the cool stuff you guys build. So if you'd like to participate in that, it would be a lot of fun.
And Megalith says he's being ignored as usual. He says producing 39.995 heavy modular frames per minute. Now, how did you get that precise? What is the best location for aluminum mass production? Well, I can tell you where I put my two factories, but I don't know the best place yet. Those are the two that I found that were good. So let me pull a map over. Okay, as soon as it refreshes, because it's so doggone big. So we put one of the aluminum factories, as soon as it scrolls in a little bit, one of the aluminum factories here, just to scroll back out and give you a little bit perspective. We put one of them right, actually this one up here. So it's right next to our nuclear plant. And we put one right down here next to the eastern oil fields, western oil fields over here. So we put one right there and we put one right there. Found enough bauxite and such around that area to place them there with fairly good ease of access to the resources we needed. So hopefully that helps.
The only disadvantage in that location, I'm guessing you're showing off, because I didn't look on stream, guessing you're showing off our aluminum plant.
Yeah, showed where the aluminum plants were.
Yeah, the only disadvantage there being is access to water.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, resume game. Okay, the next ingots. Did I? This was ingot input here.
Alexa says I shared it, but I won't take responsibility. But blows your mind to little pieces. Okay.
That looks like an exit port. Yeah, darn it. Okay, that is import there and import there. I just need to then, those are going to be out a ways. See if I can spot them. There it is. Okay.
The Crazy Crow, first time chat, says, "Good evening, sir."
Good evening. Nice to have you with us. Iron rod 94 per minute, iron plate 106 per minute, screw 220 per minute, reinforced iron plate 13 per minute, modular frame 10 per minute, rotor 8 per minute, and 80 concrete.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez. Doc.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Did you mistake something?
No. I clicked on Alexa's link.
And?
Jeez. I'm going to show it on stream.
Okay.
That.
Okay.
That's incredible looking.
That is.
I mean, that's...
An excavator.
Yeah, a massive excavator. So it's a functioning excavator. So in a blueprint, of course, they're using a cheated massive blueprint. But yeah,
I still haven't figured out how to make big blueprints like that.
it's entirely cheated. It's entirely a mod.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
I don't know how to change.
Oh, look at the truck.
yeah,
the truck
that's
you
obvious. That's not a real truck.
Of
right?
course not. Wish they had something like that.
But yeah, look at that. That is incredible. That's really well done.
Yep, it is.
So yeah, there you go.
Great.
Crazy Crow says, "How you doing and how's your build going?"
The build seems to be going quite well.
Yeah.
We're almost to the point of having the ingots. You can see these lines are going because they're connected and they're absorbing the ingots at this point, so they're filling up. Haven't taken any of their outputs and connected them to the next phase yet. So at this point, they are just
Well,
there. Just going to fill up the inputs at the moment.
well, I'm gonna steal your stream again to show you what I built because it's now being used by you. Okay.
Okay.
So now that I've shifted it over, okay, we have our first two lanes which are coming directly from the train. Okay. And then they're each overflowing into this system, giving us 6 more lanes, and these 6 more lanes are each being filled perfectly to 1200 per minute. And you see, like this lane right here, it's using 1200. Therefore, this lane that's pulling over is filling the 1200. And so kind of, you see that weird snake, the diagonal lines we were talking about when we were prototyping this dock?
Yeah.
You see that kind of happening. But yeah, this ensures that because we have the 12 full, these 6 never run out. So,
Yep.
yeah, that's where
Okay.
we're at. So,
Very good. Very good.
that's what we're building. The Crazy Crow says, you were in my suggested channels, but apparently I've been here before when I went to bed lurking on someone and they raided you. Oh, okay. That happens sometimes.
Yep. Oops.
So, Garrett, we did have some ideas for you from Bart.
Yeah.
Bart says, I had a pallet of hypertube parts,
Yeah.
power wall mounts, lights, glass walls, and signs.
Yeah. So there are a whole ton of things that I can make pallets out of. I'm
Mhm.
thinking I'm trying to look for other kinds of ground clutter.
Okay. Other than pallets now.
No. I appreciate the suggestions, but yeah, I'm looking for something else now.
And apparently I misspoke on how the giant blueprints work, but you have to use yeah.
You have to use.
You have to use an outside tool for it.
Okay.
That's all that really matters. And Ben wants to know how much power are you using for your Gigafactory? What are you using to produce it?
Well, I can show you when I get to a power pole, or if you're close to a power pole, Robert, you could show
Sure.
what we're using and what we're generating.
And Crazy Crow says, it's nice to not be the oldest one playing this game anymore.
Well, I just crashed.
Oh no. Well, I'll pop over to mine to show the power lines here.
Yep. Well, I restart my game. That was a quick
uh-oh.
crash. Nothing was being a problem.
Our production's low. We have a problem.
Uh-oh, somewhere's a problem.
Yeah, we have a production of 178 megawatts, 178,000 megawatts, or 178 gigawatts.
And
That
max
should be around
consumption's-
250 gigawatts,
That should be almost 300,
almost
yeah.
300. So we have a problem.
Yep.
Our consumption
Something's gone offline.
100 gigawatts.
Thank you for having us check.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's a lot of power. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. And we are running off of a gigafactory. We're running off of nuclear power, which I'm going to go off to do it.
You're going to go off to check the nuclear?
Mm-hmm. Daltogren asks Minecraft, what's the server difficulty set to? Someone's having trouble curing villagers. It is set to normal difficulty, which is hard.
I've had that issue before, and I had to change it to hard, and it fixed the problem. I don't know why, but it does not seem like the server is keeping its difficulty.
Okay, how did you change it to hard?
You gave me admin settings, admin privileges.
And you changed it in-game?
Yeah. Just threw in a command.
Interesting. Let me double check, because last time I checked it through the web, it said it was...
So, Alexa? Oh. Oh, load your save into Satisfactory Calculator Interactive Map. Then you can circle your factory and make a mega blueprint, or you can put them in your game, then download a new save, load it, and you can play with your new mega blueprint in your game without having any issues. Sometimes it's without any issues, sometimes it's fun. Yeah, it would be nice to have more than just a 6x6 grid.
Yeah, but it will kill your game every single time you place it. At least here in our world.
Yeah, it would freeze everybody for a time till it was
Can
fully.
you imagine trying to build the entire Gigafactory as one blueprint?
I recommend placing your computer into a freezer beforehand.
What?
It's going to generate a lot of heat. It's going to work really hard.
Oh, you're not reading that.
No, I'm saying that.
Ah. So you're going to the realm settings.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. I should not be showing that.
Okay.
Didn't realize I was showing that on stream.
Yes, you were.
So instead, we're gonna watch your loading.
Oh, it's just not. Just load it. Then you go take a shower and then go play. Yeah, that's probably the total truth too. For some reason, our YouTube didn't have the game set for Satisfactory. It had category gaming, but no game set.
Um, Let me check that.
At least that's what it's showing on my screen over here.
Nah. Well, they have a cat. Yes, it's a category. They don't have. Let me see.
The category is set to gaming, and the game is just not set.
Yeah, you can't set the game on YouTube from Restream,
You cannot.
right?
Okay. So you have to go in and edit it after it goes live.
I guess so.
Wonder if I can do that.
Okay, looks like, Doc, you're gonna have to edit the world to get it to be hard mode, but I can jump in real quick and change the difficulty.
Yeah. So, for those who can, who are here to listen to this, in the future, if you're going to be, if you're going to be curing villagers or something, check with one of us to double check that the world is still in hard mode, and we can very quickly go and take care of that.
Yeah, it was always intended to be in hard mode, but after the stream,
Yep.
we can have Doc check. Doc has to check inside of Minecraft before he joins the world to see what setting it is. But I was pretty sure we had set it to always be hard. But we will. I'll log in real quick and double check.
Yeah, I'm looking over here and I'm not seeing where you can even set it when it's streaming. We've got the category gaming and the game title Satisfactory.
On YouTube, I was able to find it.
Oh, and you changed it.
Yep,
That's why
I
I'm
changed
seeing
it.
it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Back to putting my what? All right. We have ingots now being supplied to all locations necessary. Now I just have to hook up the outputs of each of the different pieces. And we'll hook the outputs, we'll go up for the outputs and leave Robert's floor alone. So here we've got the output here. We'll go up for the output, and then when we need, where we need it, we'll bring it out, bring it down, and put it into the particular the particular machine that needs the input. So first thing I'll do is put a roof over our heads here. Intended to be a zoop.
Not a problem, Goldgram.
Was anything shown that shouldn't have been shown?
I don't think so. I didn't have to put any passwords or anything in. Okay, we had a question a little bit earlier, right, as Doc crashed.
Mm-hmm.
It says, how do you deal with the excess sulfuric acid from the encased uranium cell production? Do you flow back into the production or forward to non-fissile production?
What did we do?
We moved it forward. We actually went all the way up to fixite, or whatever it's called. Not fixite, not fixonium. Whatever the last production is. We just kept on using it because we wanted to get rid of any problems like that.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Ben asked, do you perhaps know how big your factory is in terms of foundations?
Garrett, do you have that?
You know that.
No clue.
Oh, come on. It's 6x6 sections, and each section was what, 20 tiles?
I mean, if you want to do the math, go right ahead.
So 36 sections, each one 20 tiles wide,
Each section is 20 tiles wide.
and it's six across.
Mm-hmm.
So six.
It's just 20 times 6. It's just 1,200 by 1,200.
Yeah.
So
Gonna go eat lunch with the wife. Have a good rest of the stream. Caffeinated's offline.
see you later.
Thank you for coming. Thank
And
you.
Heem asks, hey Doc, is the Gigafactory your largest project ever?
Yes, by far. Yes. We are totally basically we started over to rebuild what we had in the mega factory to be the gigafactory. So yeah, we basically started over.
Hey Doc, where'd you get concrete from? The nuclear concrete? Where do you bring that from?
Where am I getting it from?
Yeah.
For the nuclear? I think we made it on site, didn't we?
Nope.
Then
No,
you're right. I flew it
you're
in from
importing
somewhere.
it from my
That's right.
factory.
Yeah, just outside the gigafactory is a drone port, and it brings it in from there. Did it finally empty all of the containers that were out there, and now it doesn't have enough concrete, and it went offline?
I think so. For some reason, the entire Gigafactory is still on. Sorry, the nuclear power plant is still on packaged turbo fuel.
How in the world is that the case?
Oh no!
Well, Doc, it's time to make a 1,000 gigawatt power plant.
So it's just a fuel issue over here.
Okay.
Is there enough fuel in the world to make a 1,000-watt power plant?
I don't know. That's something probably to ask Curly D. And Starby's here. Hello, hello. Good to see you again.
Okay, and the ones that need the screws are needed by the reinforced iron plate store. Gosh, my arm is hurting today.
I'm sorry about that.
Either need to get out and exercise it more, or
You need to exercise it less.
well, part of it is
One of
that
the two.
yesterday I took a break, and it always the second day after I don't use it, it gets all tightened up. So yeah, I need to go out. I need to get it loosened up. Okay, so this one needs both iron plate input and iron and screw input, and there are 4 of them.
Well, there. I just finished a pipes pallet.
Okay.
It is a very well built pallet.
Very well built, huh?
Mm-hmm.
If you
There's
do
so
say
many straps on it, it's not going anywhere. I flicked them myself.
You have to pat it and say, nope, it's plenty secure.
Not going anywhere.
Starby says, Caffeinated wants me to be his Minecraft neighbor. And since I pay for both of his Twitch and my YouTube, anything we can get you to... Yeah, absolutely we can.
this Minecraft neighbor since
Caffeinated's on an island.
okay, start with 1200 minimum uranium. 1200 per minute uranium. 96 96 reactors at 250% for your uranium fuel rods. 250% for plutonium fuel rods. Oh man, 40 reactors, 250% for fixonium fuel rods equals 250 megawatts. Or 250,000 megawatts using, is that a period there and for the thousands place? Probably 250
Yeah.
gigawatts then. And 600 gigawatts and 500 gigawatts makes 1350 gigawatts.
That's impressive. Volocrum says, I've been trying to get Twitch to work on my PC, but it refuses to. And once again, I'm back on my less favorite platform.
Interesting.
That stinks. So it's been doable. So Starby says, anyway, how you guys been doing?
Oh, pretty good.
That pallet is 42 pieces.
Works. Oops. Right. Got it right. We'll get this one right. Yeah. Rib.
Okay. Hey, Doc, I got a question that only you can answer.
Only me.
Only you.
Okay.
Or I could spend 20 minutes loading up a file to fix it. Actually, no, I can't because I don't have access to the server. Would you open up Satisfactory Calculator and point out to me where the concrete is and prove to me that it still exists?
The proving to you that it still exists is the next thing.
Yeah, well, if it's in Satisfactory Calculator, that's a map from earlier today, so it should work.
All right. As soon as it refreshes. Okay. Right here is a drone port that's supposed to be bringing
The concrete?
bringing concrete, but obviously it's out of fuel here at the Gigafactory, and it's
It says docked, that's fun, outgoing, so okay.
and no fuel.
So I will go over there and fix that, and then that should bring the factory back online.
Now, one thing about this though is that you might want to check to see if there's any production there anymore. I know I was emptying container after container after container on that deck, so make sure there's still production there.
Okay, and if there isn't, then it's something I can fix.
Yeah. Okay.
Okie doke, thank you very much. So Otto says, "What's up, Doc? I just finally got Satisfactory Minutes Blast so far. Already started a large factory. Your tips have been tremendously helpful."
Fantastic. Fantastic. Join Discord with all the interesting stuff with each other. Listen to Alexandra there. Alexa there. Crazy Crow wants me to drink. I can do that. Now that I'm done with my monster, I'm drinking blue raspberry, the clear American from Walmart. Uh-oh. I think that's the second redeem kill, Doc.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The stream
I
reset.
haven't even done the first one.
Yeah.
Yep, you haven't even done the first one. How dare you not kill me when asked?
You know, I've been so busy, and then suddenly the power goes out, or power starts dipping. I have to go fix that. So hopefully this is no, Megalith's upset. Oh, good. Production's immediately come back. It's back up to 215 already. Good.
Okay.
Oh, Megalith was in the middle of typing one too. I'm so sorry. Oh, what's a nice big open space where we can do this one?
I don't sure there aren't any open spaces to do it. You're just gonna have to pass.
No. Crazy Crow says, I would stay lost in a place like this. Must be honest with you.
Oh. What?
Garrett, you didn't answer me earlier. Would you prefer to be the driver or the person who pulls the trigger?
I don't know.
You don't know, or no, you don't want? I'll accept no, you
we
don't
can
want
be
to.
nice to Dad today.
What? But the viewers have paid for it. What do you mean be nice to him? If you just didn't pay to be nice to Doc. Who are you and what have you done with my brother?
I just want to keep on working on my pallets.
That's fine, Garrett. You just keep working on your pallets. If Robert can't handle it, he'll just have to pass it till tomorrow.
I'm trying to follow what was paid. I'm trying to complete a transaction.
Let me do my art, man.
But can we just, like, love each other, man?
Come on.
Long time ago, Garrett and me and our other brother were playing a game of Dungeons and Dragons, and they got to this island. You know, they were all like level 5, and they got to this island, and there was a little place for, you know, like class trainers. I was really big on the idea of having a class trainer for every class at that point, and for some reason they had to go meet the druids, and it was an island, and it was a small island. It was mostly a town, and it's just like, where do you put the druids on a town? Well, suddenly, all the druids in this area turned into hippie hippie surfer dudes. And it was
Now be careful calling people hippies.
super funny. You gotta be like,
Remember, I
one
grew
with
up in the
nature,
70s.
man.
Remember, I grew up in the 70s, so be nice.
And with those bell-bottom jeans that you wore, you were definitely a hippie.
Oh, my dad wouldn't let me be hippie on anything except the bell-bottom jeans. He wouldn't let me grow long hair. Wouldn't let me even.
Didn't you have long hair in that picture?
Well, at one point, I did have long hair. Yeah. In the bell-bottom picture, I think you could call it long hair compared to today.
Yeah. Ben asks, should I try to get a dimensional depot for every material I'm making? I would say generally yes.
Yes, put a dimensional depot on each product that you're making, except for the ones that are uniquely um, parts that go to the elevator. What do they call those? The
Yeah, the space elevator parts.
space elevator parts, the project parts, something
There you
project
go.
parts, fix it project.
And Crazy Trend says hello.
Crazy who?
Trend.
Okay.
Not quite a crazy train.
Yes, crazy trend. Okay.
Trend, yeah.
It says hello. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. All righty. Well, we've managed to hit 700 followers, so we hit a milestone today with 700 people following. So if you're a viewer and you haven't followed on Twitch yet, please add to that. That would be cool to get even higher. We have over 80,000 subscribers in YouTube. So YouTube was our starter was our starter channel, starter location, so to speak. And so, frankly, been going really, really good, and we really appreciate each and every one of you who have done that.
Okay, Starby says, my bus is almost here. It's fun to catch a stream again. Have a good evening and day, everyone.
Ready.
Well, thanks for showing up.
Well, there we go. Another pallet down. And we'll see how this works as a stackable pallet. Apparently, question marks are not allowed in names.
Probably not. Why would you think they would be?
I was hoping that they would be.
No, looks like Crazy Friend Live. First time chat, and he followed us. Thank you. That pushed us to 709, so we're almost to the goal of 710 that they just automatically increment up to. So that's cool. Have a good evening. Alexa says to the Crazy Crow. Must be off, sir. Pleasure meeting you and chatting. Congrats on 700. See you sometime soon. That's great. Thanks. Talk to you later.
Starter channel, only 80K. Samuel last name says, listening to Doc, building my own mega factory, then realizing I could go to work in 15 minutes. Panic.
Oops. Oops. Oh no.
Yep.
And Epic Louder says, Doc, you're my new favorite. You're my new factory sensei. I appreciate your content. I know what a manifold is because of you.
Thank you. Good. That's good.
The
All right.
stackable pallets work.
Stackable pallets work.
I now have pallets that can be stacked on top of one another and look good.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Megalith says, I've decided to produce 112.5 aluminum casing per minute, 30 heat sinks per minute, and 300 alclad aluminum sheet per minute. Okay. The heat sinks, I think they're the only real difficult ones to do. Yeah. Josh Yeager says it's easy to lose track of time in this game.
Oh yeah.
Oof.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Suddenly you're playing along and somebody comes knocking and says, "Hey, you gonna come to bed anytime soon? You gonna quit for the day anytime soon? You're gonna go to."
Why would I do that?
Okay. All right. I've got 4 inputs up here that need filling. Fill the first 2 with these.
JC Fastcode says, I was your first subscriber on YouTube, but you have 80,000 now, so I unsubbed. Good night. I said, good day. Okay. Well, thanks for your subscription. It's been a little while since then, hasn't it?
It has been a little while since then, yep.
I'm just sad you don't get lost like you used to.
Uh-huh. So you sad I don't get lost? Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't make fun of me on video.
So much less of my time is spent making fun of my dad. I just get to kill him instead. Alexa asks, do you remember if you used 2 impure nodes? Or, like, impure or normal nodes? For uranium. We only used 1 node, right?
I think we only used 1 node, yeah. And I believe it was a normal node.
It was down in the cave somewhere.
Yep, it was down in the caves.
And Gonthgram wonders, if people like Doc so much, why do they pay to have him killed?
I've wondered that same thing myself. You know, maybe we ought to put it out in a poll. Maybe it's the fact that it's there. Just the fact that
Epic Louder says we need to protect Doc at all costs.
we should have more folks like that online. Would be less fun, but I'd live longer.
And then Gonto Grim asks the forbidden question, and why isn't there an option to kill Robert or Garrick?
Because Robert was the one that set it up.
Obviously. Why would I set one up to kill myself? That's just ridiculous. Hey Doc, would you mind coming up to the top floor of the factory, please?
Oh no, the time has come.
The time has come. Yes, Doc has already had Butterfinger redeemed. How about this? As soon as you die, you can have your Butterfinger.
That's right. It's been redeemed, but I didn't.
Yeah, they redeemed it first off.
Yeah, and it's still here.
Josh Vaughn asks, how does one set up a server to play multiplayer like this?
Well, first off, we actually spent, for the most part, very little money to set up a I'm not gonna find one, am I? We actually spent very little money on it in comparison to other computers I've ever put together. Get it up later. So, how much did we spend on this one?
Yeah, it was $600, I think.
Yeah, we bought 64 gig of memory. We bought a motherboard that was just the fairly inexpensive motherboard. Pentium 3.
No.
An i3, pardon me.
Yeah, i3 12th gen.
Yeah, 12th gen, because the key factor in that decision was the clock speed on the threads, and it had minimal number of threads and a higher clock speed.
It has to have highest single thread performance.
Yes. And so then we've set that up. I need to come to the top floor, Robert.
Yes, sir. And Alexa's heading out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of about that time when a lot of the Europeans start to head out, which is again one of those reasons why we're kind of looking towards moving to mornings. So, and Samuel last name says, "Good night, Doc. Have to work. Thanks for streaming and all the help in your videos. I've shared you with my group. We have dubbed you John Factory."
Okay, John Factory.
When it comes to the server setup side of multiplayer, it's fairly simple. You just download the server client. You can get it from Epic or from Steam. And you run it and then log into the IP address of the computer using port 7777, which is the standard port. Yeah, that upper one, that's half done, Doc.
The one right above me?
No, across the way. Yeah, over there. We did have it for a while running on Doc's PC, so you can run the server on Doc's PC. That does work, on a specific PC, but it works better having everybody on the server.
Now it does still have to catch up every time you go to a very new location. Like I'm dropping frames right now because I've gone to a totally different floor.
Yeah, and you got to go up.
After a while, it'll catch up. Well, can't I go to the edge and go up?
Sure, if you'd like.
Is it the corner that I'm going to?
Nope.
This is a new floor that Garrett just put in.
Mm-hmm.
This is why he uses resources so fast, because a lot of this is blueprinted. There's lights there that just aren't hooked up yet. I'm not going to get all the way up there, Robert. Okay, where am I going to?
Okay, you've landed.
And
Okay,
mine-
please take off your jetpack and your hoverback.
Okay.
And it's a game of don't get run over by the truck. I'll give you a head start.
You'll give me a head start, huh?
Uh-huh. And Jagalena says, gotta go. Thanks, Doc and everyone. Good morning from Malaysia.
Malaysia? Ooh.
Very cool. Don't tell me you're just gonna hide around pillars now, Doc.
What? Okay, I ragdolled once.
Okay. Let's see if I can actually kill you with this thing. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get in here? Are you trying to get in?
Oh, those are nasties all over the truck.
Yeah. This thing does not have the turning radius for this, Doc.
You're right. I can run right by you.
Come on now. I just have to hit you once. This is so stupid. You're just standing behind me. I tell you what. Hold on a sec. You can't run as fast
I think
as I
that
can.
they do it just as much to see us fail to kill Doc as
Yeah?
much as. Yeah.
And Crazy Trend Live is heading to bed because it's 10 p.m. in Sweden. Just turning around running past me. Stupid truck.
I know how to play this game.
Yeah.
I'll play a game of chicken.
Dang it. And every time I have to go drive away, reset, come back. Bolligrim says, we wouldn't mind seeing Doc trying to kill Robert and Garrett. You know what? Oh, come on. I totally got you on my screen. Okay, Doc, how about this? I'm getting out of the truck for a second. Oh, you're not going to drive it, are you?
Well, if I drove it, I'd probably get exploded and killed. Now you're going to try to throw those things on me? Oh, I don't want to open the crafting bit. Ah.
Oh, come on!
Well, that's quite the...
Okay, we had some feedback there. Doc, are you not on...
Am I not on what? Yeah,
Did you
it's on
hear
my
a-
earpiece.
Oops, what?
It's on my earpiece.
Did you hear the earpiece?
The earpiece did not scream. Something behind me screamed.
Okay, well, my earpiece screamed at me.
Oh.
So, hopefully, none of you guys experience that. I'm quite annoyed, Doc.
Did your murder plan
Why
not work out?
Why am I not shooting anything?
No,
Why?
it didn't, unfortunately.
How do I tell my gun to shoot the ammo that I've got? Okay, fine. I don't have any ammo that I can shoot.
For being a big explosive, these really don't do much damage to players. JC Fastgood said, I had a rack server for this game, 12 physical cores and 128 gigs of RAM. It was crazy, but very loud. Oh, let's see.
Did you lose me?
Doc, unfortunately, you do have to die.
Well, why don't you get with it then? I mean, come on. I'm trying to cooperate.
You're trying to cooperate. I don't think I can hit you when you're in the car, can I?
No, probably can't.
What? I'm on top of it, bragdolled me. Excuse me while I make more nukes. I use 50 of them. Okay. Are you having fun yet, Doc?
Oh, I always have fun avoiding.
Oh, come on. You can't go down there. That's cheating.
I drove down here, oddly enough.
You left the arena. You left the arena. How dare. That's an automatic forfeit, you know.
Automatic forfeit. Well, what does it mean to forfeit?
I don't know. It means I get to kill you. Ah, you got out of the truck. I can see you again. You disappear from the minimap as soon as you get in the truck.
Ah. But now you know where I'm at?
And now he's just running. That's ridiculous. You know, Garrett, all this would be a whole lot easier if you would just help.
I'm sure it would have been. But you see, I'm over here building a pallet rack.
Oh, that's super important.
It is. It is, and I'm glad you recognize that.
12 physical cores, 128 gig of RAM. It was crazy, but very loud. That sounds a lot like my computer. A rack server, though.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, Robert, would you just get in with it?
I'm on my way, but you were in a truck while I was on foot.
Yeah, and those open spaces at the edge of the building create a nice falling place for the truck. So I fell from that floor all the way down to the first floor. Gotta go. Thanks, Doc and everyone. From Malaysia, where it's morning. Gotta go to work, probably. I'm gonna go back to doing my work if you're gonna just play around. Oh, you finally figured out where I was?
I knew where you were. You just on the other side of the factory from me.
My health isn't even getting worse. Come on. Try harder. Can the nuke kill me when I'm in the middle of in the car?
No.
I better
You're
exit the car
invulnerable.
then. I better exit the car then. I'll just stand here while you kill me. Come on, keep trying.
You're a jerk. You know that, Doc? Come on. What is this?
I'm learning ways to stay alive.
Galtogrim, don't even Galtogrim. I'm having to obey these sillier and sillier commands.
Oh, you're gonna dispose of my body, huh? Oh, you're gonna revive me and then kill me again?
Sorry, didn't mean to do that. My bad. See?
Have you had enough of this now?
I don't know, like...
I have. See you
Oh,
later.
dang it. Okay, fine.
Are you not entertained?
I am not entertained, no, but I hope the audience is.
Ah.
Now that I have to, yeah, okay.
I would have killed you that original one if it weren't for my earbuds going insane and having to stop and rip them out of my ear when I had you on the ropes.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
You know what, Garrett? Gosh. This is definitely not a PvP game. Trying to kill Dad at 4 frames per second is not fun.
No, I can't imagine that is.
And here Doc comes right back to the factory. Isn't that great?
Yep, right back to the factory so that I could start, or I could finish my store over here that I started.
Yeah.
We only have a half hour, so let me see if I can get it done before the end of the live stream. If not, I'm gonna have to work on it overtime after hours.
Okay. Yeah, we definitely have to get at least that one short recorded today. So we'll get onto that as soon as the live stream's over, and
Okay.
then I can get back to the 1.1 testing.
Yes, which of course is very important.
Mm-hmm. Gotta test 1.1 so we can get the shorts made for him.
Okay. Okay, so need to finish running the reinforced iron plate line out here. We've got these two for screws, and then we'll run the plate lines. So we'll get the screws handled here first. That. And put this one up to here. And logistics. I want to put a head on this one. Down. And a head on this one.
Ah,
Okay.
oh, I see, Garrett. Oh, I
Oh,
see.
are you over here?
That is nice.
Yeah, right?
That is nice.
You showing it on stream?
No, not yet, but I
Because-
can.
Because I was about to take this over to show.
Doc, can I take over the stream and show?
Sure.
Okay.
I'd be anxious to see as well.
Okay, it's now my view. Garrett. Stacked pallets, huh?
Uh-huh.
Those are
Some
good looking
stacked
straps.
pallets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
They're
And
all
then of
strapped
course there's
in.
the pallet racks.
And then his own custom pallet racks with the pallets on it. So the pallet racks are just thick enough to hide your
Mhm.
custom pallets there. Okay. I see you did some new piping there. You
Yep.
decided to leave the pipe ends on instead of removing them.
Yes, I did.
I would have thought removing them, but it looks better with pipe ends on.
I didn't try it without the pipe ends. I just designed it with the pipe ends from the beginning.
Okay. Cool. And all the rest of them are the same. It's just in the pipe ends. Cool. Very neat. I like it.
But yeah. The only one that's different is the stackable the pipe ones and the stackable metal pillars.
Yeah, those two. Okay. Garrett,
So,
you mocked
yeah.
me.
What?
You were mocking
Oh,
me earlier.
please.
Yeah, I know. This game is not for PvP.
Oh, man. Are you using homing?
Yeah. There's no way you're killing another player without homing. And it's just pure attrition now.
So you're shooting at each other?
Yeah.
And your health is going down as you try to reload.
Yeah. But then we both just refill the full. What? Oh, I landed. I landed too difficult when I was right in
Okay.
the middle of. It shows my health go all the way up.
Robert lost.
Yeah, send it back to the stream. PvP is dumb in this game.
I will point out that was self-defense.
Oh yeah, purely self-defense. You yes. What won't be self-defense is what I do to your office later.
Oh, okay. You sure you want to continue with that?
No, he's really not sure. He really, really shouldn't.
Sad thing is, you haven't even done anything with your office or your area.
No, I haven't.
Welcome says PvP is a lot like PvP in Space Engineers. Is it pretty bad in Space Engineers too?
Miscalc. Miscalc.
Wow. I hear a plane. You don't hear very many of those around here.
Nope, you don't.
And that sounded like a prop plane to me.
Yeah, it was a. Well, there is the Neosho Airport over there,
Yeah.
so shouldn't be all that unusual to hear planes.
It's Wabbit season, says Garrett. Gum's gotten mintier lately. Have you noticed?
I don't chew gum. I don't like gum.
I don't.
Unless that's code for something that I'm not understanding.
I'm wondering because it sounds like a meme comment of some kind.
Yeah, I think I'm missing. I think I'm missing it.
It's a quote from The Office. Really? Interesting. I do not remember that.
So I've never actually watched The Office. I've seen clips online, funniest moments type clips, but I've never actually seen The Office.
It seems like a very much like a neat kind of quote. Okay. I'm the only one here who's actually watched The Office.
And I wish I had watched The Office because I just never had time.
And Muhammad Abdu says, "Hello, Doc. Just joined the stream. Ask what you're doing about now."
Right now, I'm finishing up the finishing up work on the a factory for for modular frames. And I'm wondering why, if these are stuttering, why these aren't outputting to the left and to the right when I tell them to output overflow to the left or to right.
Because it should be outputting to the right, not to the left. You're looking at it from the backwards.
This is the output from,
Oh, really? On my screen, it looks like it's
Plates.
going into there.
yeah,
Oh, wow. It's the same phenomenon you were talking about earlier. It very definitely looks like it's going into the plate.
yeah.
Hold on. What? That should be a merger. Hold on. Why is that a splitter?
Because I'm having it go out from here directly into here, and when it gets this full, it outputs to this area here. This is a merger. That is a smart splitter.
Okay, can you hover over the top of the smart splitter for me? Okay, because can you look directly down at the smart splitter? Weird.
So yeah, all the ports are set right.
See, can you land and stand on that conveyor for me?
All on the conveyor. If I can.
Yeah. Okay, so Mac Attack and I are seeing the same thing where it looks like it's going backward,
Yeah.
but it's not.
It's like these conveyors didn't hook up properly or something. Oh, did you see that? The minute it started deleting, it showed that there was stuff on it.
Oh, so is it just not showing?
I get the feeling it's just not showing. So let me output this direction and see, because I'm going to have it go to a splitter here. Just a regular splitter here.
And Barnicus says the splitter might not be on the belt. That's also possible. Garrett, I decided that your room needed some improvements.
Oh my gosh.
And it's still just not
So,
showing
how bad-
anything.
How bad do you guys think it's going to be this time? Guys, what do you guys think? How bad is it going to be?
Oh, it's probably going to be horrible because you did it so horrible to Robert. So why in the world is it not functioning?
All I can say, Garrett, is you gave yourself a giant tower to live in. You needed a throne fit
For a king, huh?
for a king, so you now have your own throne.
Is it porcelain in nature?
Quite.
Yeah, I thought it might be something like that.
Uh-huh. I'm
It's good to
coming
know that
take a
you're
look back.
improving. It's good to know that you're improving your artistic skills, at least.
So even when I put a regular splitter on here, it's still not showing it going into here.
Okay, that splitter. Okay, Doc, look at the top of the splitter though. The symbols are weird on the top of the splitter. The top of the splitter is showing the side to your back being the input. See that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm coming over there to look.
That's the plate output going into the reinforced
Okay,
iron
so now
plate.
we're looking at. I'm sorry, we're looking at the opposite one from the one we were looking at before.
Right.
Okay.
Neither one have I gotten to work yet.
Okay. I'm.
And this one's completely stopped and it's still not functioning. And so what I did was I tried to, I mean, it's like this conveyor just won't attach to it.
Interesting. Yeah, Macatech says sometimes I need to redo all of them running through a splitter or merger. Yeah, it's hopefully not what's going on.
So here, attach, and here, attach, and nada. Any and overflow. And that's obviously stopping because they're starting to get filled up now. Because there's nothing going out of the reinforced iron plate yet.
Okay, I just rebuilt
This
the
one's
splitter and it
working.
worked. I just rebuilt the splitter. So just delete the splitter and remake it.
And all the lines going into it as well.
No, just remove this one, but remake the splitter.
Smart splitter or just regular splitter?
Well, just regular splitter. Okay. Make sure you're looking at the conveyor, not the floor. There you go. If it's yellow, that usually means you're looking at the floor, not the conveyor. That's probably
Okay.
the difference. There we go.
All right, now I can turn that into a smart splitter, which is what I wanted in the first place.
It'll overload and self-balance anyway, right?
No, not in this case.
Okay. Okay, well, I just did the same thing over
Okay.
here. Just had it to go overflow to go to the center.
Okay, very good.
See, and yeah. And that's just a merger.
Yep.
Okie doke.
And this is just a regular splitter. So it'll get half of the production going to either one.
And then that will join with these guys? No, that's something else. Okay.
Okay, ready for the next one. Ready for the next level.
Cool.
So the output of this reinforced iron plate store will go up.
Grim says, I don't know why before when we were talking about Trek and Stargate, I didn't say tech ma tech, Master Doc.
What?
That was an honorific from Stargate.
Wow. I need to. I need to watch Stargate again.
Yes, you do.
That's
So-
not right.
Stargate is great until they stopped doing Teal'c's like little medallion on his head. When that they changed techniques like in the last couple seasons to make it a whole lot easier. That's right when the show went downhill. So just watch until suddenly Teal'c's symbol looks wrong, and then stop watching.
Why did they change TX symbol?
I think it was just they were cutting a lot of expenses, having a hard time keeping the show going because its ratings were going down. And it was at that point when a lot of things went downhill in quality. Like they stopped going on. They started using sets instead of going on location quite as often. They used a lot fewer support actors, and so it was a lot more of just the core characters plus a couple of extras. Just a lot of those things that you see from lower funded shows. They'd overthrown the Gould and stopped shaving his head too. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, I'd have a hard time being that actor, and for a decade of your life you have to shave your head. That wouldn't be fun. And Mac Attack says, I've questioned, what's the best area to start aluminum?
Gosh, that question's come up already today once.
Mm-hmm. And we built ours in the very center of the map. There's a bunch of bauxite mines there in the center of the map, and that worked great for us.
And then we also built toward the edge of the map over towards the oil fields on the eastern side.
Western side, yeah.
Western side, sorry.
That was also a good spot. Okay, I have to go back to what I was doing and get things reconnected.
Okie.
I'm so glad that everybody loves my balancers, though. Bollicum says you should make a short about all the good places for aluminum.
That's an idea.
Yeah.
Because I made aluminum. Remember, I made aluminum clear down in that valley beyond the coal, where I had my first coal factory. So I built aluminum factories in 3 different places. But I don't really know that was the best place to build it when I first built it down there.
Yeah.
Because I had to truck it in from way high to down to below.
Mac Attack says awesome. Those are the 2 areas I was thinking about. Thank you very much. Cool. You know what they say about great minds.
Great minds come to the same conclusions.
So on the western side, the lack of water is solved because you're near the ocean, and in the center of the map there's a couple of really good lakes that you can draw a bunch of water from that you need in the refining process.
Yeah, just don't build your nuclear plant where we built ours. When we finally realized how much water we'd need, we realized there wasn't enough water where we built it.
Yeah, we kind of mucked that up, didn't we?
Yep.
It all turned out, though.
Yeah, we made it work.
Yeah, the point when I just completely checked out of Stargate was when they decided that I can't remember the name of the species. The super advanced species had to use the Earth ships, and they named it after Earth ships because the Earth people are so genius because they used old technology, and using old technology beat all the new people because nobody ever thought about using kinetic weapons. And that just sounded so dumb. I couldn't buy that. There was a point when O'Neill, we knew he wasn't the smartest guy, but he was just a good leader. And that's what made him good at his job, is because he was a good leader and he cared about his people. Not because he was the brains of the operation, because he had multiple people there who were the brains of the operation. But then there became points when...
Especially the doctor.
Yeah. Both Carter and... What was the doctor's name, Garrett? The Egyptologist's name?
I am struggling to remember any names. I really need to go back and watch it again.
Yeah, sounds like it. Daniel Jackson, thank you. Both of them were the smart people, and it was great to have them in there because they were,
They were the advisors.
yeah, they were the advisors. They did a great job of providing the information that O'Neill needed. And suddenly trying to flip that on the head and have all the aliens like, oh my gosh, you're amazing, you're a genius. It's like, just like, no, he's not. But do I mean the replicators that were playing the Asgard in season 2? No, 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 no. A whole lot later, like in the last season or two. Let me look it up so I can get proper names.
Yeah. To this day, replicators still scare me a bit. To this day. The whole idea of them just terrifying.
I have a half-built replicator that I've been 3D printing, sitting in a box that I haven't finished yet. Garrett was not
I
happy to
cannot
see
believe that you keep that thing around. I cannot believe you keep that thing around. That is.
Oh, it's so funny.
Oh, tee.
Tee.
I'm gonna play with the fate of the world, and I'm just gonna go tee.
It's just plastic.
It's just plastic, he says. It's just plastic.
Oh no, I'm looking up episodes, and of course you go up on the Wormhole Extreme.
What was that one?
That was Stargate SG-1's episode where there's a movie being made faking Stargate.
Oh.
Oh, jeez. Their 100th episode and their 200th episode were both Wormhole Extreme episodes. Those were so terrible.
Yeah, they were. They really were. Me.
Now that's the best episode.
Me.
What?
Oh gosh, who was that actor? That was the best episode.
That was. Oh gosh.
The whole episode was SG-1 got implanted with this sentient AI that made it look like there was another person in the room, and he kept on kind of affecting their minds to get them to do weird and crazy stuff so he could experience more of the world. And he had a very interesting personality.
Interesting. Sounds like it.
And Lil Uzi Bert says there's a lot more people on Satisfactory since 1.0 released. Thanks for the YouTube Shorts tips videos.
You are very welcome.
Ergo, that's his name.
Ergo?
Played by Dom DeLuise.
Oh, gosh. I bet that was funny.
Oh, it was hilarious.
Oh, it was hilarious.
I really like
I couldn't come up with a name. I kept on trying to think of other names, but yeah. Dom DeLuise.
Rod store doesn't need an input. Broad store doesn't need an input. We just need to bring the rods, 400 rods to there, and this makes 600 rods. Okay, so this one just needs an overflow and a merger. Why is there a porthole going down? Doesn't need to be there. Think I'll be able to get done with this before the episode, before the time is up?
Probably not.
Because I've only got 4 minutes left.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna have to spend overtime.
Okay, so the Asgard in season 5 made a ship called the O'Neill. They also made one called named after Jackson, but who cares about that? So I'm remembering that. Germana Moser says Doc saved us a lot of headache with the reels. With
Okay. Good.
Reels, I think, is the Instagram word, no, Instagram name for shorts. So
Oh, okay.
Gallagher says Dom was in the episode where he was bored and implemented them with a nanite chip so he can manipulate them and have fun because he was lonely. Yes. And Bernicus says, yes, the pipes shorts saved me a ton of headache when I got there, and now I'm building stores. Cool.
I've seen a lot of people starting to build stores and showing off their creations. It's been a lot of fun seeing how that new terminology and technology that I built just based on what I saw at Boeing has taken off. That's really cool.
What?
What?
I've never seen ChatGPT do this. I'm looking up Stargate stuff.
Uh-huh. Is it
So
hallucinating?
silly. No. I'm bringing it up on my stream real quick. I ask, when did the Greys praise O'Neill's genius for using kinetic weapons? I says, one of the most hilarious and legendary Jack O'Neill moments. You're thinking the episode Thor's Hammer. Well, no, that's not the one. The one you're looking for is Fair Game. But the specific moment you're referencing happens in Revelations. Still no? Let's get it exact right. It goes through like 6 episodes, telling me an episode and then saying no, and it's something different. It's like, what? I've never had to do that before.
Interesting.
It's like deciding that it goes through a bunch of different episodes until it finally decides that it's a nemesis. So, anyway, weird.
And
Weird.
it's I've got to go back and watch. I've got to go watch those episodes because I can't. I just got to see Dom DeLuise playing a part like that.
And Doc, I don't think you ever watched Stargate Atlantis.
I don't think so. No.
Stargate Atlantis is to Stargate as Deep Space Nine is to Next Gen. Okay? They're based in the city Atlantis. They don't go out exploring, but they still have adventures.
They do go out exploring. They go out exploring quite a bit.
Sure, but it wasn't a Monster of the Week style like SG1.
Yeah, the style did change a bit, but it was a whole lot closer to the original SG1 than D Space Nine was to Star Trek.
Sure. Megalith, I love that idea. And we'll queue you up to be the first one tomorrow, okay?
What's
Because the stream hitched again, so he was able to redeem Kill Doc.
Oh boy.
So I like that idea. We'll use it, but yeah, just not today, because it is unfortunately 4:00.
Do I have to quit?
No, you don't have to. I mean, it's totally up to you, but okay. I have all the iron is all the iron is back cooked up again. Okay.
Okay.
And Ben asked, "How long are you gonna be live for?" Well, unfortunately,
Unfortunately, it's time to quit. I'm gonna have Mama Doc knocking on my door here pretty soon,
yeah.
which is what usually happens. Hey, you're mine now. When I don't want to quit, basically. Got to figure out how I'm going to do this. Smart splitter here, and a smart splitter there. Here, a smart splitter, there, a smart splitter.
Oh, okay, Doc.
Everywhere, a smart splitter. And that won't work. Doggone it. Why doesn't it configure it correctly? Or did it? Yeah, it did. Deleted it when I didn't need to.
For everybody who's currently watching, who would like to continue watching, Doc will be live again tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, which is in 12 plus 5, 17 hours from now. So if you're here in the US, it's early morning. If you're in Europe, it'll be mid-afternoon. Everywhere else in the world, you have to do your own conversions, unfortunately. If you want to know the exact times that Doc streams every week, I recommend you join our Discord. We have a schedule channel that'll tell you exactly when Doc streams. It'll also have times for when he releases his shorts and his full-length episodes. We're gonna have a lot more fun tomorrow playing Satisfactory, and then we're actually on Wednesday and Thursday going to be going over and playing Minecraft. And the fun part about that is we are playing in a multiplayer server where any YouTube member or Twitch subscriber can join us. And we have, I think, 16 people who have joined us so far. And it's been a whole lot of fun. And just about any time, there's always a half dozen people online, including the evenings, which is pretty crazy. And it's going to be a whole lot of fun. This next week, we're going to be doing a whole server-wide project live with Doc, and that's going to turn into a new episode. So if you want to come hang out and you want to join us on Minecraft, be sure to become a member or Twitch subscriber. And then join our Discord and link up the accounts.
Otherwise, you can just watch the episodes and watch us have fun.
Yep. That's totally cool, too.
I mean, you don't have to participate. You can just sit on the sidelines and watch.
Let everybody else
Everybody
have
knew
the fun.
that was always the fun. That's the fun way to do it anyway.
Yeah.
You don't have to be part of things.
You can tell that Garrett's more the killjoy of the bunch.
Sorry, what? Wow. This is how you know I'm not appreciated.
Look, Garrett, it's okay. Doc built an entire factory. I did this massive overflow system, and you stacked some pipes today, so we're all very proud of you.
I built half a floor and a dozen decorative pallets. Thank you very much. They were very important decorative pallets.
Okay.
The mall. That's a good place to throw some pallets.
To throw some pallets?
Yeah.
Galtogrim says, "You sound very much like a middle child, Garrett."
Yes, he is definitely a middle child.
Hey. Hey.
And Blue Construction Pylon says, "Yippee! Pipe stacking!" Actually, the funny thing is I am the middlemost child.
Yeah, well, Garrett's the middle of the boys, but basically we had two families. We had two girls and a boy, and then Robert's at the end of that group, and then 8 years later comes along Garrett. Surprise! Hi, Garrett. Nice to know you. And then shortly following that, we had his youngest brother. So it was kind of like, okay, I thought our family was done.
Mm-hmm. And both sisters married and left pretty soon on, and I stuck around for a little while, so it became I was the older brother with two awesome younger brothers, and we were all great friends, which was awesome.
This pallet rack is a lot taller than I thought it was.
Does it not quite fit?
It does not fit on the bottom floor.
Oh no. Okay, Doc, are we ready to go?
I don't know. How do I get a ramp to turn over upside down onto here? Do you know?
No.
I mean, I could just embed a foundation. I can't get anything to go on to this one where I want it right here. For some reason.
I just press. Oh, there you had it for a second. Right there.
No, I want it here. I want it on top of this one. It wants to. Oh, there goes. There goes. Boom. Okay, I got it.
Interesting.
I need to put a merger on logistics. To put a merger there. Actually, maybe I don't even need to do that. There we go. Forgot about that trick. Where you didn't have to actually have it separate. You could just... Okay, come on. Are these off or something? Aha. They're off slightly. They're perfectly in line with that, but off slightly here. Okay, good, good. I think
Whitestone Industries is here. Says, sorry I missed the stream. Just woke up after a 16-hour video project. Holy cow, dude.
I'd just be waking up too.
I cannot edit videos for that long. About 4 hours, I'm past my prime. 6 hours and I'm just like, okay, I'm done. Sorry, doc. Video's finished. I'll work on it another day.
Finished or not, here I quit.
Yep.
Overwrote one of my blueprints.
Oh, that's the worst.
No good reason for it either. I changed the name. I changed everything. It shouldn't have overwrote it. Somehow it did. That sucks.
Whitestone says it was a build tour video of my current single player world. Neat.
Oh dear. Wrong direction. All right, everything should be connected. Machine is all blue. That machine is all blue, so it's working away at manufacturing those items. That there is no output yet. So that can come tomorrow. I need to get the output there and the output from these two sides and consolidate them into one output to go to the mall. And it is done. So I am going to call it a day at that point. Get a what? Pipe stacking. Okay. 135 video clips in it. Robert, aren't you glad I never gave you one with 135 video clips in it?
Gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a video and a half, dude.
Yeah, that is quite a production. Okay. So the modular frame factory should start outputting tomorrow. There's frames here at the output of that one. There's frames in the output port of that one. And there are no frames in the output of this one. Okay, let's go see what's going on here. What isn't it getting? It's not getting any rods yet. Okay, so what happened to my... There's my rod output that I didn't ever connect.
Whitestone says it was fun to make. Well, good.
Yeah, after it's all done, you can say that, right?
Yeah, the best videos that I make with Doc are always
Always take a while.
take a little while, and they're fun to make. You know, when I'm just churning them out, they're a lot less fun. But when you need to take some time, be creative, really show off something excellent, then it's fun.
Alrighty. Yellow sticks. It's okay. If it's yellow, why is it yellow? Is it not getting the? Okay, it's getting those, and it's getting those, but it's all yellow. Why did this one have a hard time when all the others fired right off?
Well, Ari Munkin comes in here right at the end. We're actually just about done with the stream, but Doc has been building a modular frame factory here in our Gigafactory, now using all this brand new tech we've been developing for a major use case, which has been cool. Whitestone says, if it wasn't fun, I wouldn't have made it. As long as you enjoy making content, then the audience will too.
Okay, so
I agree with that.
the rods aren't getting into the second floor. The plates are, but the rods are not.
Ooh, yep, there's their import right behind you.
Yep, and right here too. Actually, those are the outports.
There's the outports, yeah. It looks like you have plates on both. Wait,
What?
you have
I have plates on both.
reinforced iron plates as an input? That's the problem. You have reinforced iron plates going into there.
I have regular iron plates going. Oh, yuck. So I have plates going in there instead of rods. And that's right there the mistake I made.
Okay, well, Doc, this is going to take a little time to fix, so...
So more than a little.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're ready to say our goodbyes then.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, thanks for coming. Hit that like button if you can. And subscribe if you haven't already on YouTube, or follow on Twitch if you haven't already. And consider becoming a member. I think Robert told you all the things going. And here we've got another one. First time chat. Hey, what are we doing today? We are just getting ready to log off because we've been on for 4 hours. Do we have somebody we can we can raid?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me find somebody. Hey, it looks like
First time chat over here. What's up, Doc on Sensic?
DC is.
Bet you never hear that. Yeah.
DC is currently streaming Satisfactory. So how about we
Yeah, let's send them on over.
send them on over to DC? DC is the person who is organizing the Pass It On event that we're going to be participating in. We don't know exactly when our slot is, but we'll let you guys know as soon as we do. Okay. So let me grab their. As soon as I get their link, I'll send it to you guys on Twitch as well. Okay, everybody. We'll see y'all later, okay?
All right. See ya.
Megalith says, "What event?" Or the last second. Sorry, dude.